I think he is the one who would have penned the national anthem. Tell me if I'm correct or not, because sometimes I don't remember everything. And he said in it, every creed and race find an equal place. Well, let me put down the camera, see the Prime Minister is here, so we'll talk after. Affairs as Dr. He has arrived. So you can't get for security purposes. You have to be very mindful. Okay, so we need to do the business of the people. Right? Out here. So let me put down the camera. So as I was saying, there's no family that does not have issues. Any family, tell me, like a husband and a wife, or mother and children, or once they are human beings in interaction, will always have conflict. But that's how you deal with the conflict. Yeah? You have respect. You understand the bigger picture, because when one out there, they represent the whole family. So again, for all those who it is unfortunate, because as I said, no party could last for 69 years if it did not go through change, because from 1956. So it came through that era. Then it hit the era of Black Power movement. Then it hit the era of a coup. It had the era where a prime minister died while in office. And a new one was put there. There was no election. He went to sleep one night and get up the next morning. The prime minister of this country is Mr. George Michael, what's his name? George Michael Chambers. So why I'm saying all this, people seem to be relishing the thought of something bad is happening in the People's National Movement. When if they may have been back in the 60s, or when the PNM has been formed in 1956, it may have had challenges there too, because you're trying to pull a country together that has been so divided by race under the colonial system. So it would have had challenges. And in the 60s, first just to get our independence, there were challenges also. We heard, I've told you all about the Indian Association of Trinidad and Tobago, what they were formed to do. I spoke about Marlborough House and just thought I get to know you sometimes. I told you what happened in Marlborough House at the General Capital. A brilliant mathematician. Some would say that he should not have gone into politics. Anyhow, that's beside the point. So, you heard what happened in 1962? The PNM didn't cave. The Black Power movement, PNM didn't cave. And it continued like that. So I'm saying now, if we are going through another change, what is the real issue? And don't tell me and keep telling me anything about it's because of the race and the man race. Because then you'll be dishonoring the memory of Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, who would have spoken about building a nation, who would have spoken about the fact that there's no longer no mother India, no mother China, no mother Africa, no mother Syria, no mother Lebanon. What we have is Mother Trinidad and Tobago, and a mother can discriminate against her children. So why we only hold on to that in some cases and not all? And not only that, if we say that we love Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, we trust him. He took us through a recession 2015, through COVID-19, and keep steadying the ship. And the ship did not go to the IMF, didn't have to borrow money all over the place. But during COVID-19, all public officers were paid. No gazetted public officer was sent home. There were grants given out to persons who weren't working, grants to pay rent, food hampers, and it went on and on until where we are now. So if you all trust him through all those things, right? Why not when he made this decision that was backed up by members of parliament, only want to trust his decision in putting he like to take us into the 2025 election? Why would having a problem with that? So then all they was lying then. Or they didn't trust him all the time. Because if all they trust him in all them things, all they supposed to trust his decision now. There was a general council, and people would have come out the general council with a unanimous voice that is who will take us to 2025 the general election. So where's the issue now? Where's the problem now? So let me be real now. Where's the problem now? So again, I say at the end of the day, Minister Stuart Young is a citizen. He is one of Mother children, Mother Trinidad and Tobago children, and like anybody else, he deserves a right. He deserves a right to be in any office once he qualifies. He deserves the right to lead once he's qualified to do it. And there should be no conversation about no Chinese Indian man. Because then you know that will be doing the same thing we accuse the UNC of about racism against persons of African descent. It's the same thing that we are doing. So let us not suffer from cognitive dissonance, where we're saying two different things at the same time and believing the two different things as true. Either you trust Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley and the decision that was made, along with the General Council and all the MPs, or you don't trust him. And if you trust him, know that he would have made a decision, because we always say the man does play chess while them playing draft, he playing chess. He would like that. Yeah? So, let me be real. Let me trust the decision that was made, and let us work together like the 10 fingers on our hands that all have different fingerprints, but work together for one good. Let's do that now. And all them haters and them out there only talking about the PNF fall apart and the PNF crap. Come now, man. Why don't you go up in UNC business? Go up in UNC business. Look, parade. Waiting in parade. What do you do parade? I see Jayanti looking. I don't know if that she foot really big so what, but hell, look, please. Please, let me be real, right? No, come back. At the end of the day, Rodney Charles would have said it. The only party to take us out of the mayhem and the chaos is the People's National Movement. You could walk behind that. The camera's on me. Yeah. Yes, you do. The only party to take us out of the mayhem and the confusion. He said it while standing on a UNC stage in a UNC jersey. He says the People's National Movement. We know that when PNM was formed in 1956, the legislature and the whole day back then said it's only 10 years after the PNM came into office that they brought stability. No confusion and all that. That happened in 1956. So since back in 1956, the whites and them, the colonials and them realized that the People's National Movement is a party that will take us out of confusion and back and on. In 2025, all them believe that still. So here we're going on. Let me pull together as a people. Let me pull together as a party. Let me pull together as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and understand what is at stake come election 2025. And if all are willing to get on and lose all their head and have all their head shaking and decide that who are voting and let the UNC come back in, let me tell you something. They say we go eat grass. Remember they were saying we'll eat grass, right? Well, watch me. It ain't gonna have no grass seed. You might just be making mud cake. So let me be real at the end of the day and let me get it together. let me pull together. It will always have feelings. It will always have people who don't agree. It will always have people who throw in feelings, but here what's going on. Nobody's bigger than the party. It's everybody together. No one person is bigger than anybody else, and everybody's important. The person who does clean the office, the person who does clean the toilet, the person who does lay the tablecloth, the person who does make the bed, the person who does just make some juice, make some sandwich, is just as important as those who are so intellectual and all that. Because if you don't have those people doing those jobs, nobody ain't going to no office and work in no place where the toilet's dirty, or where cockroach running around, or where the tablecloth soil, or the a sandwich in me, or juice in me. You understand what I'm saying? So we are all important, and we need to let people know that they're important. Nobody is bigger than any. But there are some people, again, because whoever stays there just behave a particular way, but the agenda is not everybody. So what I will do, because I'm getting tired of talking right now, I'm going to come off the live, and when they come out from screening, those who have been successful, I'm going to bring it back again. So again, this is just a special edition of We Talk D Ting. Jen out here on the streets, bringing it live to you all to see the excitement. So everybody is in, all the Prime Minister is in, the rest of the screening committee is in. So we'll just wait now to see who will be successful. When we know Minister Siotio and Minister Scotland, they went up unopposed. So it will not be any surprise. So we're looking at Malabar, Davide O'Meara, Komoto Manzalina, and another one I can't remember right now. So I'm going to shut the live down for now. Well, let's see all the girls come back on. All they come on and join me, right? Love all you. Looking good and red. You know, I just do it. Oh, I love all the bad, you know. So look out for when I start back the live again, right? So I'm going to cut off now, and I will definitely come back with part 2 when they're out, and the cheers and the joy and the laughter and the celebration, because we have work to do. Although we have work to do, we have work to do. It's a love. I'll see you all in a bit, right? So I'm out for now. Join me back when you see I put back up the live again. Let me see all we here for now. Let me see all we here. So Monica, Claire, Alicia, Elizabeth, Lucy, Selma, Jano, Justino, Natasha, Augustus, Irma, Angela, Roxanne, Lolita, Melka, Phyllis, Maria, Anne-Marie, Allison, Kenneth, Philomene, Daesh, Ruben, Lorna, Ortega, Manette, Pat, famous Patsy, darling, Arlene, Pamela, Everett, Erica, Bernadette, Rosie, Adara, Sarah, and Otis. So I would come back in a bit when the thing heat up again. So make sure they come back on the live and pick me up.
Thank you very much, Shanta, for that enlightening identification of a party member. Thank you very much. Party Chairman Stuart Young, Deputy Political Leader Rohan Sinanan, Colm Imbert, Ansel Dennis, Nayan Gadsby Dolly, Lady Vice Chairman Mrs. Camille Robinson Regis, General Secretary Foster Cummings, other party officers, all members of the PNM, supporters of the PNM, fellow citizens, welcome to the PNM's celebration of our 69th anniversary as we step into our 70th year. We in this room know who we are and why we are here. But what do we say to the rest of the nation looking on or listening? Who is this PNM of which so much is said, of which so much is recognized? Let me use the words of Dr. Eric Eustace Williams to answer that question today, because it's as pertinent now as it was in 1956. And I quote for you: "We are not an ordinary party in the narrow sense of the word. We are rather a rally, a convention of all and for all, a mobilization of all the forces in the communities, cutting across race, religion, class, and color, with emphasis on united action by all the people in a common cause." Unquote. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the description of the People's National Movement. And you would have heard at least one political leader, in this case Prime Minister Patrick Manning, say on more than one occasion that Trinidad and Tobago is not an easy country to govern. It is not because he was being overcome by the assignment of governing Trinidad and Tobago, but he was identifying the potential for differences, because we are a nation of very many peoples, different ethnicities, races, classes, cultures, and temperaments. And in that way, those differences could easily have made our country ungovernable, even though some people work hard at it to make it ungovernable. The PNM's commitment in that fundamental principle I just mentioned allowed us not only to prosper, but to be resilient and to get stronger over time. Today, the PNM is stronger than ever. And if there is one legacy that the PNM must hold on to, as having given to this country against the background of who we are, it must be an acknowledgement that the PNM's role in engendering, nurturing, supporting, and defending interracial solidarity is in fact its shining star in Trinidad and Tobago. Because without it, this country would indeed have been ungovernable and would have had all the ingredients of the failed state that some people very frequently and glibly talk about. But instead, we've made it not as a destination, but a journey. I use the verb is in talking about that journey, and not was a journey, because it's a continuation, a continuum from 1956 to 2025 and onwards, outwards, upwards. The PNM is there, building a nation. This journey continues on the fundamental principles of this political party, which has stood out in the region, and I dare say the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have had leaders out of this organization, and each leader has had his issues of the day to deal with. Dr. Williams, who formed this party, had to confront the disconnection from a colonial existence, from operating as chief minister under colonial conditions, in a situation where the economy was in fact operated for the benefit of others outside. He had to deal with that. Today, we didn't have to deal with that. He dealt with that. Later on, when Patrick Manning came in as Prime Minister, he met this country in an IMF program being dictated to by the IMF. And our operations with respect to our support for our population being funded by an IMF program, and he took the decision that we will not remain in this program for one day too long, but we'll take our own medicine and get out of the program and be able to make our own decisions. That was the Manning challenge. George Chambers had his own challenge too, because stepping in, going to bed one night as George Chambers minister and waking up next morning as George Chambers Prime Minister, he had to continue Dr. Williams' legacy with no notice. And of course, during his term, our lifeblood almost dried up when the price of oil sunk to $9 a barrel. And of course, an impatient nation, egged on by those who don't care what they do in this country, could not understand the challenges that George Chambers had. And of course, yours truly came into office after a splurge of the most corrupt government this country has ever seen. And uncaring at that. Every single thing we try to do, they wouldn't say there are difficulties. They would say it is because we are incompetent. They wouldn't say it's because the kitty is not as full as it used to be. But let me take you down a little bit of road to point out to you how times are different. So when you hear people talking, there are different times and different horses for different courses. Between 2010 and 2015, one could call that the good times. Not because of who was in office, but because of what we were able to earn during that period as a result of what we have been doing before. And the average revenue per annum during that period, 2010 to 2015, earned from the energy sector, which is our main backbone of earnings in this country, was $26.3 billion a year earned from the energy sector. That is what that government had to deal with. By the time we got to 2016 to 2021, when we got into office in 2015, September 7th, the average for the next 6 years was $10 billion a year from that source, the energy sector. And of course, we did some serious work during that period to improve it, and there was some improvement in the market price. So for 2 years, 2022 and 2023, we averaged $30 billion a year. But as things change, or volumes drop and prices drop in the external market, we're down to $14 billion a year as of 2024. So that is a snapshot, a thumbnail sketch of what the country has to deal with and what leaders have to deal with. So clearly, in a period where the average was $20 billion a year, as against 1 year where it was $7.5 billion from that source, the energy source, you couldn't just be getting on and saying, well, leave it so, leave it so, leave it so, leave it so. We had challenges. And it is because the PNM is rooted in its fundamental principles and the support of you, its members, and the wider national community that we have been able to make the changes that we have been able to make in this era to come to the 69th year and say to you that we too have been fixing the problems of Trinidad and Tobago. But those problems don't end. They're continuous, because as you fix one, another one appears. As you engage one, another one appears. But you have to be, like the PNM, an organization that believes that this country has a future. Ladies and gentlemen, I look on with absolute amazement at people who live in this country and know nothing about it. How do you explain, ladies and gentlemen, party members, supporters, citizens all, a leader in Trinidad and Tobago who believes that how we get along in the world is to pander to somebody else's politics in somebody else's country? Dr. Williams had to deal with London in the colonial days. We never saw that. Let me give you a little story. Because right now in Trinidad and Tobago, there are those of you outside of this room, of course, who believe that the behavior of the opposition leader is required because America has a new president and we have to make sure we please that president, otherwise dog eat with supper. But there was a scandal in Piarco Airport when that same political party had helped themselves to what didn't belong to them. And there was a Republican government in America. Patrick Manning went to see President George Bush and said to him, as a PNM Prime Minister in Trinidad and Tobago, we are resolute that we will not encourage and we will pursue white-collar crime wherever it occurs in our country. That is government policy. And we in Trinidad and Tobago was going wrong in circles and circles and circles and circles, trying to deal with getting justice for what had happened at Piarco Airport. The Americans had gone to jail already. They were standing by to be state witness in America. But a PNM Prime Minister was talking to a Republican president about our inability to pursue white-collar crime at Piarco Airport. And George Bush said to Patrick Manning, "I will see what I can do." And we didn't know what that meant. But sometime not too long after, a few boxes of documents arrived in Trinidad and Tobago. And as a result of that, and a PNM government that kept the promise that Patrick Manning gave George Bush, today we are in line to collect $175 million in America from persons who stole our money. And that is after 5 years of a government doing absolutely nothing to pursue the matter in New York, in Miami. And of course, alongside that, only a week or two ago, we're in the court in Miami fighting to collect another $20 million in costs. You will never hear that from anybody else in this country except the People's National Movement. They behave as though that never happened. And pretending as though we as a government have to saddle our country to somebody's political party in another country to be able to do right by our citizens. But tonight, I want to say to the opposition who embarrassed and disgraced us last week, I want to quote for them from this PNM platform the words of a Caribbean champion, a Caribbean Democrat, former Prime Minister of Barbados, Errol Barrow. And he said, like Dr. Williams said, "We are friends of all and satellite of none." So when we are the PNM, Government of Trinidad and Tobago, conducting national business, recognizing that we subscribe to fundamental principles of non-interference and non-intervention. When a difficulty arose in Venezuela, your PNM government, steeped in those policies and believing in them, we didn't go jumping up and down trying to support any political party in America or in Europe. We went straight to the United Nations and we asked for guidance and support and even protection. And we don't choose a government in Venezuela. We don't choose a government in Washington. We respect and we operate and we conduct our diplomacy in all kinds of environment. It was completely unpatriotic for the UNC under those circumstances, while we were talking to the government of Venezuela as against an individual, in a situation where Trinidad and Tobago's future, as we know it, where our standard of living as we know it, our economy as we built it, depends on external raw materials that we can get from our neighbor. And we are proud to say that we are the government, PNM is the party that broke the barrier and opened the door for our future to accept raw materials from Venezuela. They put that in the context of Trinidad and Tobago supporting an individual. The contract that we have is with the government of Venezuela. And if the people of Venezuela change their government, it will not be done by us, but that contract is a contract with the state of Venezuela. And by the same token, it doesn't matter which party put sanctions on Venezuela, because both parties in Washington put sanctions on Venezuela. Both parties. Our assignment was to get to Washington to make our case, to influence people, and to get a carve-out from the sanctions that they put on Venezuela. Venezuela, which was smothering Trinidad and Tobago's operations with our neighbor. And we succeeded in doing that. We've got an OFAC license from Washington when Washington has sanctioned on Venezuela. And instead of supporting us in such difficult circumstances, all we get from them is an attempt to celebrate where it appears as though we may not have succeeded. Ladies and gentlemen, we have problems in Trinidad and Tobago. Because what kind of people could be so disconnected from the interests of our people that where it appears as though we could succeed, they can't share in that success. They have to try to damage it. I am saying here today, when I saw what happened with the UNC going to Australia, writing to the Australian opposition to tell the Australian opposition not to allow the Australian government to help us fund the 2 ferries, the APT James and the Buku Reef, knowing that we had great difficulty in connecting our 2 islands and that they had in fact collapsed the ferry service. What did they hope to gain by that? And when the opposition did not take them on, they wrote to the Attorney General of Australia asking him to open an investigation into corruption between Rowley and Malcolm Turnbull. Today we have 2 ferries, 2 of the best ferries in the world operating between Port of Spain and Scarborough. And we have CG-41 and CG-42, the 2 best vessels ever put in the Coast Guard of Trinidad and Tobago. They wrote to outsiders across our border asking them to not allow that to happen because they believe that it will benefit the PNM. They believe it will give the PNM an advantage in the political arena, not that it will serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago, you know. It will somehow benefit the PNM. And that is exactly what happened with the Sandals project. Today, I saw 2 pieces of correspondence in the international media. One is that St. Vincent, for the first time, has an explosion in its tourism. They've had over 104,000 long-stay visitors to St. Vincent. First time they crossed 100,000. And their tourism is booming. And you know what is causing that? The Tobago sandals. The Tobago sandals. The project that was too good for Tobago, that they believed that the PNM would have benefited in the Tobago House of Assembly and national election, so scuttle it, so they could win elections. It is exactly that which is happening. Why the opposition UNC has come out so obscenely and vulgarly and attached itself to the political campaign of an American political party to provoke the Venezuelan president and the government there to prevent them from cooperating with Trinidad and Tobago in the oil and gas business. Exactly that. Make no mistake about it. And they're standing by to celebrate failure. That the dragon failed and the dragon failed and the dragon failed like the dragon tail. Let me tell you something. They do not want this country to succeed if it means that they fail at the polls. But in this PNM, come opposition, come government, we are there for the people of Trinidad and Tobago in fair weather or foul. We exist for 69 years and counting, because we are here for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Everything that they believe will hurt us, they're there for that. Ladies and gentlemen, 69 years has been a long time. As Dr. Williams talked about, we're not a party in the ordinary sense of the word. What used to happen then? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry who felt that they had a political narrative run as a party or an independent. They had so many parties, the alphabet couldn't manage them. And Dr. Williams came and brought party politics, discipline, and a vision for a nation, and fulfilled all of that. Today, we are the most disciplined party, and we have fulfilled the vision that Dr. Williams had for us. And that is why we should be proud and not let anybody tell us how to embrace our party or how to conduct our business. In recent times, we've had our challenges. And to my great surprise, guess who is most concerned about the outcome of our challenges? The opposition leader. And all I will say to her, mind your own fallen feathers. But you see, I stand here tonight coming from close to the beginning. Only last weekend, I was in Tobago celebrating in a reunion with my classmates of 1962. Most of you in this room weren't born then. But I went into high school in 1962. And that was the year when we became independent. And we were the group of students that Dr. Williams was talking to when he said that the future of this nation is in your book bag. I was in high school, went to school in January, and that statement was made in August. And we spent all of last weekend in Tobago. I think there were about almost 40 of us there from that class, saying, thank God for Dr. Williams and the PNM. Because it was the coming of the PNM in the early part of this 69 years that gave us hope, gave us a future. As we reminisced last weekend, talking about what we did and who we met, and we took those things for granted as children, but looking back, they were fundamental changes in the lives of people. I was the first person in my household, in my family, to have gone to high school, and today I'm Prime Minister of the country. And all my colleagues had a similar story. And that is how you understand how powerfully the PNM impacted on this nation. My grandfather used to work with his friends, and in those days, a laborer's wage was a blue note. You're still getting paid a blue note, right? Except that in those days, a blue note was $2. Yeah, the $100 bill we have now, our first blue note was a blue note $2 bill. That was a daily wage from 7 in the morning till 4 in the evening. And old age pension was $14 a month. 1-4. But when I graduated and became a gazetted public servant, fisheries assistant in Tobago. And those of you who are jealous, my first job was on Pigeon Point Beach. That's where I worked in the fisheries department every Thursday. $169 a month. And then I went into teaching at $225 a month. But we weren't complainers. We weren't complainers. We were focused on the future. And that future took me all the way to the University of the West Indies, where I spent 8 years studying. Never being in a hurry, but ever thankful that somebody came to my rescue who didn't come to the rescue of my 5 brothers. And there isn't a family in this country today who cannot look at our 69 years and find something in there where the PNM's policies and programs change their lives and their families' lives. So, when we talk about 69 years, it is not just counting year by year. There were mountains to climb. There were programs to defend. I mean, the Calypsonians sang about the PAYE. Sparrow's famous Calypso, the doctor say to pay as you earn. Where would we be without PAYE? Where would we be? And if we were not in a position to purchase Texaco's refinery and its properties when Texaco left, where would we be today? I distinctly recall when the PNM bought Texaco refinery, there were people in this country who were opposed to it, arguing that if Texaco didn't want it and found it what didn't make sense, why is the government buying it? But it's changed so many lives because the PNM believe in this country. Caroni Limited was not called Caroni Limited, it was called Caroni 1975 Limited. Because in 1975, all the sugar owners of the various estates decided that sugar was dead. And all those who lived off the sugar industry, they were going to die with it. It was a PNM government that bought up all the estates, made one company, and made Caroni 1975 Limited and gave us 25 years more in the sugar business. You will never hear that from anybody else except the PNM. And of course, I could tell you, because in 1962, when we went into school, the much maligned common entrance came as a boon to people who had no chance. So before common entrance was no entrance. No chance. But there wasn't enough school places and teachers. So there had to be a process by which you try to take the best students and give them an opportunity. We had to do 2 exams, not one like now, it was 2. Did 2 to screen out, take another batch, have another exam, and after the second exam, imagine a school like Mason Hall Government School, probably the best school in Tobago, probably the best primary school in the country. We got 4 passes, 4 students. 4 going to Bishop's High School. That's what it was. Today, every single child in this country has access to secondary education. One of the areas that we've made the most progress other than education was in the health sector. Healthcare was cursory, preliminary, and wanting in most communities. But today, in Trinidad and Tobago, 69 years after the PNM, we have in every community, east, west, north, central, and Tobago, a modern hospital providing medical care of the highest order for free. The Colonial Hospital in Port of Spain was expanded a little later on, but eventually the main block in that hospital was condemned in 2009. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, nothing happened. But this government decided that we are running true to our commitment to available health care of the highest standard. So in the next few weeks or days or whenever, we will take delivery of the most modern hospital tower in the Caribbean. Over 500 beds in a brand new hospital in the city of Port of Spain, where the main block was condemned and pulled down and built in an era of reduced government revenue. Ladies and gentlemen, this PNM and this nation of Trinidad and Tobago, we are inseparable. The country's story for 69 years is the PNM story. The country's success is the PNM success. But in the conversation, you will hear some of our friends and some of our colleagues will even say, PNM has done nothing. They will say, we've done nothing. In many instances, that statement comes from some beneficiary of some aspect of government policy which they either don't know about or don't care to know about. But it is not for us to measure people's gratitude. It is for us to keep on keeping on the policies and programs with our belief in the hope of Trinidad and Tobago getting better and better each year. Why would we who have served as a proud independent nation, serving on the Security Council of the United Nations, only last year the President of the United Nations General Assembly was a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. But some leader in this country believe that to be somebody you have to genuflect and prostrate yourself in front of somebody who don't even know you. But these are important things, ladies and gentlemen, because they are indications of what is going to be your portion if you put God out your thoughts and put them in charge of your affairs. Because when you go on platform and say, we're going to open back Caroni Limited, is that a real statement? And we're going to open back the refinery. Is that a real commitment? Or is that just pandering to the uninformed? Not concerned about the fact that we have restructured Petro. Heritage is paying the debt that the Minister of Finance could not pay. Because if the Minister of Finance was required to make that payment in 2018, we would have been downgraded and we would have ended up in the IMF. But having restructured Petrotrin, operating Heritage in the way it's operating now, paying its taxes, earning revenue by selling oil and not losing money in the process, is servicing the loan. That is what a government does to fix a country's problem. That's what it does. And of course, for 15 years, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, as part owner of the Loran Manatee gas field through which the Venezuela-Trinidad and Tobago border runs, for 15 years, they were there talking about unification, meaning that we will operate it together. And unless we get an agreement to operate it together, the gas stays in the ground. It was in this era under this government that we were able to go to Venezuela, sit down with the Venezuelan government and make a situation to convince them to allow Trinidad and Tobago to go into the Manatee field and extract our gas, 27% of the Loran Manatee field that is going on right now. And the same thing happens with the smaller field of Coquina Manikin. Shell on Manatee, BP on Coquina. It was there. It wasn't done by others. It was done by the PNM. And the least we could have hoped for is the support of our colleagues in the parliament or in the political arena. But don't count on that. What they're trying to do is to create situations where they can say this one failed and that one failed. That's not a failure. Let me tell you what the failure is going to be. If this country is unable to improve its production in natural gas, something that we are consuming every day from a limited supply in our fields, burning up 2.6 billion cubic feet per day. So even what little we're producing to keep us on that rate, if we don't have additional gas, we can't improve on those volumes. And if we don't and keep consuming it, as it has come down from 4.2 to 3.8 to 3.6 to 2.7 and going down. That is what we're going to be afraid of. That is what you have to be afraid of. And I could tell you, no other government has been able in a short space of time to do what we have done to address an issue like that. As part of our 69 years, we have in fact entered the business of LNG. Not Dr. Williams, not George Chambers, but Patrick Manning's era, when we embraced the idea of monetizing our gas. There was advice to us then to leave the gas for our future children, you know. But of course, they didn't know then of the tremendous pressure that was going to come on countries and companies to get out of the hydrocarbon business. Today, raising money to explore for oil and gas is very difficult. Getting companies to spend money on exploration is far more difficult than it ever was. We had an oil field here in Trinidad and Tobago owned by BHP. They own the oil field. On their books, it's a value. Put it into the bottom line, but it's doing nothing for us. I had to go to Australia, to Melbourne, to sit down and talk to the decision maker, to look the man in his face, the one who is making the decision to spend the exploration money, and say to him that we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we have given you license for that field. It does not benefit us for you having the license and not using the field. We need production from that field. And his response was, well, we didn't budget for that. And we haven't been budgeting for that. And we are, in fact, going back to our core business, meaning we are going away from that. But he was gracious. He said, but you've made a strong case. It might have been a little too late. And I left Melbourne a little dejected, but I had made the case for Trinidad and Tobago. And maybe about 4 or 5 months later, BHP announced that they will spend the $500 million on the Ruby field. It's producing oil now. When a conversation was required to get the Manatee field produced without Loran, I went to London. It was at a downswing in the oil price to talk to Shell. And I went talking to the Shell board. And they listened. And they said to me, you know, we're losing $2 billion a day now. $2 billion a day they were losing at that time. And I was asking them to take on Trinidad and Tobago's problems. And they listened. And we convinced them. Shell is today probably the largest investor in Trinidad and Tobago, having bought out BG and a number of other companies, and is now the largest shareholder of Atlantic LNG. And we didn't stop there. We said we need a better earning from our gas. And thanks to Minister Young and his team at the Ministry of Energy, we have restructured the LNG business. Those approaches have brought into our treasury additional billions of dollars which were not going to be there. And the question I want to ask today is this: had we been like the others and not been successful in these matters, where will Trinidad and Tobago be today? Not a single public servant gazetted has lost his or her job during this very difficult period. Not one. And I don't know that a month has passed when every public servant was not paid in this country. And we continue to spend upwards of $6 billion a year on social programs. Much of it in an unfunded pension program, supporting tens of thousands of people whose only dollar is the one the government gives them. And yet you can hear conversations about PNM ain't do nothing, the government ain't do nothing for me. Let them say that. And let them believe that. And let it be so. And then they will know where barley grew. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this PNM. We have provided more for our citizens than any similar country anywhere in the world. So we're not only strong on interracial solidarity. When Sparrow sang in 1962, tell the world there's a model nation at last on the question of interracial solidarity. We're strong on that. And that is why I want to say to all those who want to dip their nose and whatever else in PNM business, when you see the PNM caucus vote Stuart Young to lead the PNM in the parliament as prime minister, get the hell out of our business. And don't you believe that you can incite PNM members about who is our leader and the shade of his skin, because it is the same PNM members who before that voted him as chairman of the People's National Movement. So party members don't get tired. up. Don't get tied up. And I'll tell you more than that too. Of the divisions that we have in this country and those who will divide us in the 69th year, the question is, a Chinese prime minister? Is that Chinese? From Lal Bihari Trace in Pinal? But my first Chinese that I knew was Sir Solomon Hochoy. He was a friend of my grandfather, because my grandfather was a farmer shipping goods to Trinidad from Tobago, and Solomon Hochoy was a tally clerk. You ever heard of a tally clerk? A tally clerk would be the clerk by the port with a book who writing down what is going on the boat. That was Solomon Hochoy's probably his first job. That's where he got to know my grandfather. So when Hurricane Flora destroyed us in Tobago in 1963, I distinctly saw my grandfather writing a letter to Solomon Hochoy. And I saw the reply from the Governor General himself. So we are not unknown to, or Chinese are not unknown to us. So let's keep all the foolishness where all they belong. Right? Today, I want to say to you, party members, in our 69th celebration, there's nothing that I am prouder of than being able to stand here this evening and say, I gave you a commitment to transition the PNM by ensuring that we bring up our young people, that we expose them, and that we give them responsibility. I've done that. Today, in the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, is a large block of young people, supported by some experienced people. And those young people in this party, going into the election of 2025, have under their belt at least 5 years and maybe almost 10 years of ministerial responsibility in Trinidad and Tobago. No other political party, no other government has ever been able to say that. And that is why I am so proud. And that, for me, is a major responsibility that I've been able to discharge to this party and to this country. In Tobago, the electorate did it. So we end up today with a team, Ansel, Kelvin, and Petel, 3 young people, standing in the breach for the people of Tobago against a rampant bunch of youngsters who don't know if they're coming or they're going. But the PNM 3, like the PNM 1, will multiply in the coming months and years. We are not in this business only for ourselves. We have an interest in it. We have an interest in our party succeeding, in our country succeeding. But we have a small minority calling themselves the criminal gangs, who are hell-bent on making our lives a living hell. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not new. It's not new. I don't know how many of you, I was passing in front of Renegades yesterday, and it crossed my mind that Renegades, the name Renegades, Where did it come from? And before Despas, you ever heard of Marabuntas? Right. We have always had gangs in our urban communities. But the same way the country has developed from the $2 bill to the $100 blue note, the original gangs doing the same thing that they do now, providing social gathering and comfort and identity to some youngsters who are going astray. They used to fight with razors and ice pick and physical muscle and iron bolt and cutlass. That's what they used to fight with. And then there was a time when the plague was homemade guns. And then we started to get an inexhaustible supply of lethal handguns and now assault weapons designed as efficient killing machines. And because the ability to kill has improved so much, the negative input of the gangs in our society has multiplied manyfold. It is a challenge, one that we have to engage. And that engagement has to start in the home. My father raised 6 boys and never one day ever had to talk to anybody in the police service about any of his children, because he always took the position that his role was to educate us, to respect the law, respect ourselves, respect other people, and in fact, be caring and productive. That's what you teach children to do. We are failing in many parts of that. And of course, those who are given the responsibility, onerous responsibility, to treat with the criminal element, productivity on their part, is a challenge for us too. I remember my grandfather lending a man some money, and the man wouldn't pay. Poor man couldn't pay because the money was hard to come by. And my grandmother egged him on to go and put the man in the court. The man went to the court. Man's from Moriah. The man started to hide from the police when the warrant was issued, and would stay out all day and come back in late in the night. The police went under his house and waited there until he come back in the night. In Moriah, arrested him at 4 o'clock in the morning and walked him from Moriah to Scarborough police station to execute the warrant. That's how police used to work. They're telling you, we have no resources. Moriah to Mason Hall, that's 2 miles. Mason Hall to Scarborough, 4 miles. That's police work. Apprehend a man on a warrant for monies not paid to somebody he owed. Today, we have killers laughing at us because we believe that there's a perfect response to the criminal element. There's no individual perfect response. We want an overall response where every household should be aware, Every officer should be aware, wherever you are, that there are people among us for whom crime is a chosen way of life. It's not politics. It's not class. It's not geography. We are all in danger. And as I appeal to the population to be more discerning and to take some more responsibility for those who go astray, the government has to be resolute in crime fighting as it has been in providing education, in providing health, and in conducting effective foreign policy. It's all together there. As we move forward into our 70th year, for me personally, it's a year I'll never forget. And I hope to address you one more time, so I won't say too much tonight. But this 70th year would be the year when I walk away from responsibility in this nation. But I do so having come the full circle from working with my hands in the dirt, planting grass on Hope Estate, to signing documents of billions of dollars for you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And to the national population, especially our young people, you can find it within you to associate with the PNM, to join the PNM, to support the PNM, to vote for the PNM, to develop with the PNM, because the PNM, by its fundamental principles and its 69-year record, is all good. Good. It's good. And when I made that call in Tobago in 2013 to the young people of Tobago, I'm making it to the young people of Trinidad here now tonight. Come forward and take responsibility for your country. I ask you to look at the PNM's lineup. Look at the PNM slate, and you see a future, and you see opportunity, and you see exemplary conduct by a political party that is proud of its nation and believe in Trinidad and Tobago. So, an election is due. Today is a celebration. We celebrate the 69 years that have passed. But we have more celebrating to do in 2025. We're going to celebrate victory in 2025. But it won't come easy. It won't come easy. It is going to come by us uniting as that fearsome fighting force where unity is our strength. And it's not me, it's we shall prevail. So tonight, I want to say to you, PNM, wherever you are, happy 69th anniversary. Come together, join your hands together, and once we are together as a united fighting force, no political force in Trinidad and Tobago can stand between us and victory. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM, and we shall prevail. Feel my love unfolding like a laughing flame. All who did not know me when not done, they gon' know it. Million people come.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our political leader and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. to Keith Christopher Rowley. A lusty round of applause.
Bounce Up Central Network. We ready to bounce up to Carnival 2025.
As we prepare for Bounce Up Carnival 2025, we want to make sure that you are also ready with us on the road, in the fets, in the clubs, Calypso, Down Skinner Park, Panyard, Peregrinades, Midnight Rubbers, even the barman, the bawa, what do you call him? The bow, what do you call him again? The barman, not the barman, the stick fighting. Yeah, stick fighting. So, get ready. 2025, we on the road. Bounce Up Carnival. Don't miss it. You dig?
For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, tune in to Culture Point Show Thursdays at 8 p.m. and visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's We Ting, created for we, by we.
Leader and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, to our deputy political leaders, our Lady Vice Chair, our General Secretary, the Honorable Foster Cummings, to all the other members of the executive of the People's National Movement, to my cabinet colleagues, to the members of Parliament, to you, my PNM family, specially invited guests, members of the media, and to those looking on near and far in Trinidad and Tobago and outside. Good afternoon and welcome. Welcome to Napa in Port of Spain. You all would allow me a couple indulgences here this afternoon. The first is you would allow me this moment to recognize and to pay tribute to a friend, a sister, a comrade in the movement, someone who is very dear to many of us, if not all of us, but who tragically passed away 41 days ago. With her, two of her children, our Honorable Lisa Morris Julian, Member of Parliament for Dabadi O'Meara and Minister in the Ministry of Education, and a dear sister to the PNM family. I pay tribute to her in her untimely passing and think it fitting for me to recognize her at the start this afternoon. But brothers and sisters, today is a day for us to be thankful. Today is a day for us to be joyful. Because today is a day that we come together once again to celebrate 69 years as the foremost, most powerful, best political party in the whole Western Hemisphere. We are the People's National Movement. And I stand here this afternoon as a proud citizen, and I am grateful to the People's National Movement and to our founding fathers who had the inspiration and the foresight to create this movement and to provide us with the structure and the guidance that has taken us into this, the start of our 70th year. It was 69 years ago that Dr. Eric Williams put down his proverbial bucket in Woodford Square, opposite the Red House, the seat and the infrastructure of our democracy.
Bringing it live. We talk the thing, waiting for a member of Parliament, Minister Stuart Young, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, in the House. We have other screening too, but I come along here to support Minister Young. All you know where us go. We're on the ground with you. We're sticking, and we want to wish all the others who are here for screening also, wish them the best of luck. So I'm out here again, outside Balisier House. I know I didn't tell you all I'm coming live from here. But all you know, Ginger has had to be all in the thing. So we waiting. Let we talk the thing. Right? Streaming live. Streaming live. This is the action down here at Balisier House today. We have this screening for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Dabadi, O'Mara, and some other, I think, Kumuto, Mansalina. Hi, darling, same to you, see that? Yes, I see that. Yeah. So we out here waiting. It have a music. I'm sure the chaps that know how PNM does do things. If all they hear me properly, just let me know. It's a trap set and thing, you know, PNM does do things a different way, you know. It's a love, it's a vibes at the end of the day, you know. We don't tote hate, you know. It's love. How are you doing? Oh, darling. Oi. Come on, Manzolina in the house. Hey. All the tuning in, logging. This is a special. Let we talk the thing special. We waiting as Minister Stuart Young in the house. We hear Minister Keith Scotland had to come. The place heating up, it looking nice. Music going to start a blast just now. And you know me, I going on to the wickedest bet noisy. What band over it is? So people log on. This is Janjan here. I'm down here at Balisier House. We're waiting. He going in already. We out here waiting. Outside Balisier House. I know I didn't tell all you are doing this. You know, I like to surprise all you. So we waiting. Flags are out. I ain't see the rags out yet. We waiting. Dominic Romain is inside. He is one of the candidates going to be screened for the Dabadi O'Mara seat. You know, that seat was held by the late MP, Mrs. Lisa Maureen Jude. Who is Lisa Morris Julian, my bad. And she and her two children would have died tragically in a fire. And she, when you hear how people speak about her, constituents speak about her, colleagues speak about her, she would have been a real darling, somebody that would be greatly missed. So that post has become vacant now as the representative for Dabadi O'Mara. So there are persons who are vying for that seat. One of the candidates who is here for screening is our own Dominic Romain. So
Now I must return to my duties as the chairman of the party and return to screen other potential candidates this evening. I'd like to thank everybody for coming. I'd like to thank my executive for the Spain North St. Anne's West for all of the support they've given me over the last 10 years. I look forward to their continued support. I'm sure I will get it. I look forward to continued great things from Port of Spain North St. Anne's West under my elected leadership. And of course, we have other things that are scheduled to take place in the not too distant future. We'll find out about in the not too distant future. So I am happy to be offered the opportunity once again to serve Trinidad and Tobago by the best constituency. And I look forward with the support of my constituency to serving all of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago as we go forward to win the next general election. To power and to governance. And one thing you can count on is we will give our best and we will always do what is right for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I love you all.
No result from Komodo Manzanilla yet.
They will provide that. I'm going back inside. Oh. That's it. Okay, thank you all very much and stick around. All right? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Right now, we are here ready to walk.
You're good? Good, man. That's it. You're on the ground with Young, you know, with us with Port of Spain North St. Anne's West in the house. Minister Stuart Young. He went up on a pose, of course, but it's still excitement to get him out here with us.
Right.
Port of Spain. Let me see if I can get somebody to have a conversation.
That's good.
Oh, that's my building.
Huh?
Very good.
I'm okay. Hi, ma'am, you're a counselor. Would you mind just taking a small interview for We Talk D Ting, nothing much? What constituency are you from? Right. How do you feel about what happened? Well, we know he went up on a post, of course.
Yeah.
But how do you feel still?
Of course, excited. I mean, we knew that he would be reconsidered, and he's the right man for the job. So we strong with Young.
Right, and what your council for what area?
Belmont East.
And name, please.
Nicole Young.
So this is the lovely Nicole Young, the glasses, slamming with the outfit, beautiful as ever, and she was giving support also to Minister Stuart Young, who we know will do well and continue to do well.
Certainly.
Yes, so thank you so much and happy New Year to you and your family. Okay. So, see you again. So I'm walking to see if I get anybody else. Let me see if I get anybody else. Sorry. Hi, Deputy Mayor. Hi, would you like to say a couple of words to my people who's looking here? So this is Deputy Mayor for the state.
Good night.
So how do you feel about, well, he went up on a post.
Yes.
But how do you feel knowing that he's still our representative? How do you think he would transcend into the next role?
I think that we have a beautiful opportunity, having had worked under him over the last 10 years as a local government practitioner, and seeing and recognizing that he understands what the issues are and has a plan to work with the entire constituency to ensure that we continue to meet the needs of those who we represent. So experience is always something that you learn on the ground, and you could never know if you're ready for something until you step into it. And he has shown that he has the ability to work hard, he has the ability to think and to problem solve. And I think that in itself, and also to have empathy and connect. So that in itself, I think, are the key characteristics that you need when you're stepping into office, and especially when you're elevating, because you're not going to know if you know how to do it until you step there, until you get there. So I am very, very confident. I am ready to walk with him, to talk with him, to work with him, or continue to, and to ensure that he reaches his full success.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the stay. Lovely smile. What's
Well,
young people
Thank
doing
you.
it.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Happy New Year to you and your family. Yes. Hi, Chairman. You want to talk to my people for 2 minutes? As Daddy? So, so good night again to all my peeps. This here is the father of the man of the hour, Minister Stuart R. Young. This is his father. He has been in the banking sector for years. Really upright, ethical person. We've never heard anything that make us say, He has always kept his professionalism. He has always kept himself above the rest. And we see with how he has brought up his son. We see it in Minister Stuart Young. So how do you feel, Chairman? Although he went up unopposed, but how do you feel that he has been given this task?
Very, very exciting.
Yes.
A bit daunting because it's more than a constituency, as you can imagine. You know, it's all towards the country now. That's the task, as he said just now. You know, so it's really, as we say, we have to keep praying in God's hands.
Yes.
But obviously, as a father, as a parent, you must feel good if your
your
offsprings do well.
Okay.
So
I know you don't like to be put on the spot with these things, so I'll kind of ease you off. So again, we'll let Chairman just go. He's a chairman also in our party group 20. So Chairman and
the correct
Chairman.
time.
And correct, exactly.
Okay,
so thank you,
Jennifer.
sir. No problem. What happened because of the volume? I have mics, you know, but I just. That's what I normally do. No, I understand, but I need to get the mics. Once I get the mic, if I hold it too far, nobody will hear exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. So why you want to do with me?
So, so people, I brought it to you. These are some members here. I don't know if they want to go on camera. Excuse me, sir. Do you want to come on camera and speak to the people? You don't do the cameras. Okay. And there's a handsome gentleman who don't do media. He must want nobody to see him. Okay, Papa. Hello. So, people, I just wanted to bring this back for you all again. Hope you all enjoy. I just wanted to show when Minister Stuart Young came out the type of support he has. Dominic is still inside, but I'm going to wait. I won't keep the live running. What I'll do a video and I'll post it up. So Dominic is still inside, and I will wait until he comes out so that he will have that support from us out here. So people, again, thank you all for answering my call. And if I want to apologize if you all find I had the camera too close up in Chairman Young's face. What happened? I forgot my mics at home. And I know sometimes when there's a lot of noise around, you kind of mishear what the person said. So I want to apologize if it looked like if I was up in the face with the camera. You know, Jen still learning. I'm not afraid to say I know everything, you know. So next time, I'm telling all you, it's more improved. Before, I never used to have the stick. I used to be holding the phone in my hand till all my hand get cramped. Now I have my stick. All right, darling. Now I have my stick. I can put my phone on. So next time, all you see me putting on mic on the people and things to do the interviews. So people, I love you all. Join me on Wednesday, God's spare, when I come with something fresh, something new, another edition of We Talk D Ting from 5:30 till, we just talk until when we get tired. Stay focused, know the assignment, and know what we have to do come will be in 2025 when it comes to general election. Don't be fooled by people who talking about everything mash up. Don't be fooled by people who saying PNM going through. Don't be fooled. The People's National Movement have been here since 1956 and will continue to be here because it has a strong foundation. And despite whatever issues they may have internally, it will be worked out. It will patch up because your own family does have back and around through. So I don't know why they don't think that in the PNM it's going to be perfect. The PNM is not a perfect party, but the PNM is far better than any other party. The PNM is more superior than any other party because of its policies and the way it treats with the citizens. Not only that, it's the only true national party as the People's National Movement. And you all know that when you look at the members of parliament over the years, it don't have this scandal and bacchanal like the UNC. You all know those things. So it's not things you don't know. So let me not get caught up in the feelings. Let me just calm myself, take a sip of water and start back to mind we own business. People, I love you all, see you all, I'll say again on Wednesday, God's Spirit. When I come with something fresh, something new, this little Jennifer and Sister Jenny, Auntie Jenny, and if you want to get formal, listen, Miss Jennifer Frederick, another edition of We Talk D Ting. Go, let me see, PNM one, nah, they ain't going to succeed on that, Roxanne, darling, that. Listen, we know how this thing does go, right? One ain't bigger than the whole. Two ain't bigger than the whole. Yeah, so one person is bigger than no other person, and one person not more important or less important than another person. It's a love at the end of the day, right? And we have to do stay focused. People's National Movement 2025. Know the assignment. We're voting in all 41. It's 41 and 41. We want 41 seats. We greedy like that. We want 41. But you know what? We're going to take a 25 and 28 now. Let me get them a small maxi, all right? And we're moving on a big maxi. So people, love you all. See you all on Wednesday. God's Spirit. God love all you. Let me see Sarah, Roxanne, Joyda, Legacy. Love you all. God, God.
The whole population of our little nation is not a lot, but oh, what a mixture of races and culture, that's what we've got. Still no major indifference.
Bounce Up Central Network. Tune in for shows like We Talk D Ting with Sister Jenny every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5:30 p.m. Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Culture Points on Thursdays at 8 p.m. and Sundays at 5 p.m. And Fine Point with Fearless Warrior at various showtimes. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, Bounce Up Radio, movie watch parties, and to even bus a mark anonymously, visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's We Ting, created for we, by we. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat at bounceup.com. If you have a passion for news, politics, culture, music, sports, technology, and helping your community, we invite you to come join the Bounce Up Central Network family. Come join us.
Is great, but wait, we got cocoa and copra, banana and sugar, coconut, citrus. We may be small, but we wealthy. Pound for pound, we'll beat New York City. We got beaches and hotels built by Hilton. Our nation is second to anyone. Where you talking? Trinidad and Tobago. We'll always live on. Colonialism gone. Our nation is born. We go follow our leaders. They always do their best. In order to achieve, you got to aspire, and we're bound to be a success. You may not believe this, but we didn't achieve this with floods of blood. It is leaders like Butler, Cipriani, and Dr. They fight for what is right. So now I'm congratulating all our leaders from the present back to the beginning. They have fought, now the battle is won. Thanks for a good job, and well done everybody. Trinidad and Tobago will always live on. Colonialism gone, our nation is born. We go follow our leaders. They always do their best. In order to achieve, I know we got to aspire, and we're bound to be a success.
Trump, I beg your attention as I make a plea for my native land. Our economy is not in full bloom, and some people predicting doom and gloom. But there's a dragon in the ocean that could be our salvation. All we gotta do is to make him dance. Mr. President, I understand that we must have your permission. So right now our future lies in your hands. You see, if the dragon can't dance by 2027, our public finance, it could be in trouble. And if it can't go lay down in the ocean, them economists say there would be a recession. So Mr. President, I'm begging for your endorsement. Please give TNT a chance and let the dragon dance. Take a positive stance and let the dragon dance. Mr. Trump, your predecessor for real, gave his approval for the dragon deal. But ever since your election victory, we all suffering from anxiety. We fear that you wanted like the dragon, all because of its location. But we pray that good sense will prevail, and that you give consideration to our long-standing relation. So I beg you, please don't cut off its tail. You see, if the dragon can dance by 2027, crime and violence will be more terrible. And if it can't go lay down in the ocean, the order of the day will be inflation. So Mr. President, I'm begging for your endorsement. Please give Trinbago a chance and let the dragon dance. Take a positive stance and let the dragon dance. Mr. Trump, a prosperous Trinbago will benefit America also. Despite how much foreign exchange we earn, most of it going back to your homeland. Because you know much really have money, we going on a shopping spree in New York, Miami, and Amazon. As our Beyonce auntie is right, we have a huge foreign appetite. We eat everything from the U.S. farm. You see, if the dragon can't dance by 2027, Mr. President, I'm asking for your endorsement. Please get Trinbago a chance and let the dragon dance. Take a positive stance and let the dragon dance. Mr. Trump, regardless of how you feel, all I want to hear is drill, baby, drill. We really need to boost our economy, so we must improve productivity. And so what is really crucial, your dancing has now gone viral. Yes, it's making waves, your report has been. The economy needs an injection, so you dancing with the dragon will help to make TNT great again. You see, if the dragon can dance by 2027, our forex situation will get more terrible. And if it can't, then go lay down in the ocean. Our heritage fund, they say, will face depletion. So, Mr. President, I'm asking for your endorsement. Please give my people a chance and let the dragon dance. Take a positive stance and let the dragon dance.
If it ain't super me, want it.
Frequency is the positivity. All the youths have the ability to become anything that they wanna be. When it comes down to the things that you wanna do, you can't be lazy, better have a good attitude. Gratitude is a must. In Jah we trust. Success is a must. So change your life, work hard in anything you do. Be a better you. Pray to Jah, He will guide you. Be a better you. Put on the weapon, put on the gun, your new life has begun. Turn the page, break the mental cage and be the one to change. Lift up your hands and give thanks. Jah have a plan, so believe and receive the blessings you will achieve. We need more unity in the community. Let's love each other like one family. It teach a village to raise a child. Preserve the youth cause they're running wild. So change your life, work hard in anything you do. Be a better you. Pray to Jah, He will guide you. Be a better you. So change your life, work hard in anything you do. Be a better you. Pray to Jah, He will guide you. Be a better you. Change your life. Be a better you. Pray to Jah. Be a better you. Put down the weapon, put down the gun, your new life has begun. Turn the page, break the mental cage and be the one to change. Lift up your hands and give thanks. Jah have a plan, so believe and receive the blessings you will achieve. So change your life, work hard in anything you do. Be a better you. Pray to Jah, He will guide you. Be a better you. So change your life, work hard in anything you do. Be a better you. Pray to Jah, He will guide you. Be a better you.
beside you, to be a better you.
Nice.
Rolling. Everybody, cameras ready. It is your chance to be a director. Let's do this.
We leave our money in the rich and poor. We can't prevent the from this seditious law.
Yeah, right.
Sedition is a funny law. A very, very funny law. The reason for this funny law, they want a lice in your mouth, they don't want you to talk. Sedition is a wicked law, a big and vexatious law. The reason for this wicked law, they want to frighten, they want you to hush your craw, they want a lice in your mouth, they don't want we talk. They want a lice in your mouth, they don't want we talk. Long time since 1920 down the line. He say this law is a waste of time. Soon he say it's a law looking for a crime. If a man want to sing about politics, he got to be plucky with lots of tricks. He got to use a little diplomacy mix up with common sense and psychology. They want a line so we mount in the war we talk. Yeah, yo, line so we mount in the war we talk. Shouldn't say, but say it anyway. Certain something that on my mind. Hope you ain't get we in trouble this time. Millions missing him cannot find. Home money missing all the time. Mismatch ministers jackass the post. Public service stall, the gears in reverse. Men on remand for 20 years. Come only selling bread. Miss my money turning into grave. Up to the overlord, holding the rain. Just a great musical chair. 5, 10, 5 more years. Taxes on the rise, the moderate high. And we are. You can't say that. No, boy, you can't say that. Hey, you can't say that. No, boy, you can't say that. Hey, your mouth have the license. Hey, your mouth have the license. Your mouth have the license. Your mouth have the license. We mount in the war we talk. Lights we mount in the war we talk. You my brother lights we mount in the war we talk. Lights we mount in the war we talk. Sedition is a funny law, a very, very funny law. The reason for this funny law, they want a lights in your mouth in the war you talk. Sedition is a wicked law, a big and vexatious law. The reason for this wicked law, they want to frighten you, they want you to hush your craw. I see it in big.
Yeah, bye.
Put that between your leg.
I'll go cross any ocean to find it. Won't let no mountain get in the way. Hey. Come cross the water, been through the fire. I know that my heart will show me the way. Everywhere you turn, you see people smiling. We don't see no creed and race. I don't want nobody tell we about leaving. We fight for we thing and this is we place. Take me home. Take me home. where lovers meet. Marry me to the heart of Port of Spain. So if I ever leave, I'm bound to come again. All around is fire and flames. Oh, this world is so crazy, yes. Protect we island, Father, we pray. Until the very end of we days. Take me home. Take me home.
I would have walked out here and walk with myself. I don't need to interpret.
All right, to the men, and we call this one They Shaking It. And around this time of the year, you will see plenty of that going on. They shaking it. They shaking it. Yeah. This is not a jam and wine. It is not a party song. It's about them hardback men shaking it all over town. They're shaking here, they're shaking there, on the busy streets, all in the square. They're doing it like it's a game. Them dirty, worthless thinking men, they have no shame. They just take out the private part and pee on the grass, pee on a tree, pee on a post, pee on your wall in front of your face. And that ain't all when they done, they shaking it. If you see them shaking it, if you see how they shaking it, man, they only shaking it. Yeah. Tell you, they shaking it. They shaking it. Big men polluting up the place. They that use your wall to be exposing their anatomy. Little children passing all of them to see. In the marketplace, they pee and pee. They pee in the park and don't care who see. Well, if you think poverty is hell, you should pass wrong with a pee and get the smell. A big man stand up on the road and pee. Little schoolgirls watching he. They call their friend to see this man with a snake in his hand, and he only shaking it. If you see him shaking it, if you see how he shaking it, watching me and shaking it. Tell you. I'll tell you. A big man in the heart of town, peeing in a garbage bin, then walk down the road shaking it. Flies from the garbage start following him. I just watch street vendors good. Urinating, selling people food. This man called Dan went behind a van, and after he done tea and shake, come in to shake my hand. A old woman, man, she nearly died when she looked and see Willie outside on the bush fence. He went to pee and stick it right in a nest with bee. He started running, shaking it. Money falling, shaking it. If you see him falling, shaking it. If you see how he's shaking it. Thank you very much. Tell you. All right. To the men, and we call this one day.
Welcome to Terry's Diverse Horizons. Today, we're heading to the sizzling twin island paradise of Trinidad and Tobago, a nation so innovative, even their street food feels like a cultural awakening. These islands didn't just stay in their lane, they built new lanes, paved them with asphalt from their own pitch lake, and added a steel pan soundtrack for good measure. From fiery hot peppers to record-breaking cricket, this list is hotter than a scorpion pepper sauce. Let's dive in. Starting at number 1, the steel pan, trash to treasure. Trinidad and Tobago turned oil drums into the world's first tuned percussion instrument, proving that one man's trash is another man's global music sensation. The steel pan's hypnotic sounds have graced jazz concerts, orchestras, and more beach parties than anyone can count. At number 2, calypso music, the OG social media. Before Twitter, Trinidadians used calypso music to roast politicians, spill tea, and comment on society. With witty lyrics and irresistible rhythms, calypso has influenced global music scenes while keeping the powers that be on their toes. And at number 3, soca music, party starter extraordinaire. Soca music is like calypso's party animal sibling. Born to make you move, it's the heartbeat of carnival and the global soundtrack for every good time. Lord Shorty created it, and the world hasn't stopped whining since. And at number 4, oil and gas industry, the tiny energy giant. This small nation punches way above its weight in the energy world. Trinidad and Tobago didn't just find oil and gas, they mastered it, becoming a major player in global LNG exports. Think of them as the underdog who built the power grid. And at number 5, Carnival, the world's greatest show, Cirque du Soleil. Trinidad's Carnival is a sensory overload of color, music, and dancing. It's the grandparent of carnivals everywhere, from Brazil's Samba Extravaganza to Toronto's Caribana. And yes, glitter is mandatory. And at number 6, the limbo dance. Your back will thank you, maybe. Trinidad invented the limbo, proving once again they know how to keep a party interesting. Equal parts fun and flexibility test, this dance has entertained countless crowds worldwide, while occasionally sending someone to the chiropractor. And at number 7, scorpion pepper, spice level extreme. The Trinidad Maruga scorpion pepper doesn't just spice up food, it demands respect. Once the world's hottest pepper, it fueled hot sauce empires and probably a few tears along the way. And at number 8, Nobel laureate, Naipaul, literary legend. V.S. Naipaul, Trinidad and Tobago's gift to literature, used his sharp wit to explore identity, colonialism, and the human condition. His works are as insightful as they are brutally honest. And at number 9, cricket, swinging for the fences. Trinidad and Tobago's cricket legacy is legendary, led by icons like Brian Lara. This isn't just a sport here, it's a religion. Brian Lara's records are so untouchable, they might as well be enshrined in the cricket Bible. And finally, at number 10, the Pitch Lake, the asphalt jackpot. The Pitch Lake is Trinidad's natural wonder and the world's largest asphalt reservoir. It paved roads in New York City and beyond, proving that when it comes to road trips, Trinidad had your back, literally. And that's a wrap. From fiery scorpion peppers to musical revolutions, Trinidad and Tobago have left an indelible mark on the world. Which contribution blew your mind the most? Comment below, and let us know. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell, because here at Terry's Diverse Horizons, we're just getting started. See you next time.
Bounce Up Central Network. Tune in for shows like We Talk D Ting with Sister Jenny every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5:30 p.m. Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Culture Points every Thursday at 8 p.m. And Fine Point with Fearless Warrior at various showtimes. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, Bounce Up Radio, movie watch parties, and to even bust a mark anonymously, visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's We Ting, created for we, by we. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat at bounceup.com. If you have a passion for news, politics, culture, music, sports, technology, and helping your community, we invite you to come join the Bounce Up Central Network family. Come join us. Bounce Up Central Network. Tune in for shows like We Talk D Ting with Sister Jenny every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5:30 p.m. Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Culture Points every Thursday at 8 p.m. And Fine Point with Fearless Warrior at various showtimes. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, Bounce Up Radio, movie watch parties, and to even bust a mark anonymously, visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's We Ting, created for we, by we. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat at bounceup.com. If you have a passion for news, politics, culture, music, sports, technology, and helping your community, we invite you to come join the Bounce Up Central Network family. Come join us. Bounce Up Central Network. Tune in for shows like We
extended family, mostly somewhere. Really, thank you for the unanimous unity has some strength.
Tell us how was this screening process?
It was an interesting process. Questions were asked, all were answered.
And final decision?
What was the final decision? People overwhelmingly beat Scotland. I do not subscribe to the theory sure that that is also inviting the media next week Friday on the Greens and Piccadilly, my first event for Carnival. Bring your music and come.
Do you think people will feel safe to come?
It will be the safest event in the country, and I have guaranteed it as we speak. So let's test your theory. At 8 o'clock on the Greens and Piccadilly next week Friday, also this Friday coming. Bring your music and come. All upcoming artists.
started a new term already, you know, in order to bring the community together and have some community activity to bring a sense of solidarity and oneness. Because if we are one, we will fit each other. To have reporters telling that we are riddled with crime. We're not riddled with crime for the sweet stuff. But the message is out there, so we need to turn that self-provided.
Any comments on the young man who is still today on Charlotte Street by the security guard?
I don't know the full circumstances of his life loss or homicide. But I want to tell him, things that are not supposed to. Let's try it. Look how that is. And there's no coming back from that this year.
So you're confident that you'll be MP again. What about Minister in the Ministry of National Security or maybe Minister of National Security if your party wins the election?
I have who's there. I have the expectation to serve my constituents. I did it outside of the ministry for 4.5 years. That is not my game. My major concern is service.
But if offered, would you accept?
Certainly would not. Media, have a good afternoon.
Yeah!
Yes, music, let's go! Where the music? You want to spin sound executive? You want to spin sound executive? Time is
10 years. I look forward to their continued support. I'm sure I will appreciate it. I look forward to continue great things from Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West under my elected leadership. And of course, we have other things that are scheduled to take place in the not too distant future. We'll find out about in the not too distant future. So I am happy to be offered the opportunity once again to serve Trinidad by the best constituency. I look forward to the support of my constituency, serving all of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago as we go forward to win the next general election. Power and for governance, and one thing you can count on is we will give our best and we will always do what is right for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I love you all.
No results from Komoto Manzanilla.
We will provide that.
Okay, thank you all very much. And stick around, all right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Right now, we are to get ready to walk.
Yeah. I was excited. I mean, we knew that he would be reconsidered and he's the right man for the job. So we strongly with you.
Right, and what your council for what area?
Salmon East. Young.
So this is the area of long glasses, my people who live here. So this is Deputy Mayor for this area.
Good night.
So how do you feel about when he went up unopposed?
Yes.
But how do you feel knowing that he's still our representative? How do you think he would transcend into the next role?
I think that we have a beautiful opportunity, having had worked under him over the last 10 years as a local government practitioner, and seeing and recognizing that he understands what the issues are and has a plan to work with the entire constituency to ensure that we continue to meet the needs of those who we represent. So experience is always something that you learn on the ground, and you could never know if you're ready for something until you step into it. And he has shown that he has the ability to work hard, he has the ability to think and to problem solve. And I think that in itself, and also to have empathy and connect. So that in itself, I think, are the key characteristics that you need when you're stepping into office, and especially when you're elevated. Because you're not going to know if you know how to do it until you step there, until you get there. So I am very, very confident. I am ready to walk with him, to talk with him, to work with him, or continue to, and to ensure that he reaches his full success.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the space. Lovely smile. What's your face? We are the ground with young people doing it.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
And happy New Year to you.
Oh, you too.
Hi, Chairman. You want to talk to my people for 2 minutes? As Daddy? So good night again to all my people. This here is the father of the man of he has been really upright.
Very, very exciting, good daunting. At the correct time.
I have my son over there. No, I understand, but I need to get my
So why you leave? So why? No, you don't want to say that. Or you don't want to be there.
I want to apologize to the staff up in the street and the town. No, Jen still learning. I'm not afraid to say I know everything, and the next time I'm telling you. Before, I just have to stick. I see holding phone in my hand, I have their cramp. Now I have a stick. Hi, darling.
All right.
Now I have my stick. I can put my phone on, so next time I'll listen to putting on the mic and people and things to do things. So people, I love you all. Join me on Wednesday, God's Spear, when I come with something for something new. Another edition on We Talk D Ting from 5:30 till we're going to start until when you get tired. Stay focused, know the assignment, and know what we have to do come 2025 when it comes to general election. Don't be fooled by people who talk about everything money. Don't be fooled by people who say PNM going through. Don't be fooled. The People's National Movement have been here since 1956 and will continue to be here because it has a strong foundation. And despite whatever issues they have internally, it will be worked out. It will pass. Because your own family does have Makala and control, so I don't know why they don't think that in the PNM is going to be good. The PNM is not a perfect party, but the PNM is far better than any other party. The PNM is more superior than
Okay. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. We just get us up here, the ID. Right. Yes. So, good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Let me just remove that from there. And yeah, so we are here. So, good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. And let me just give you a little update on what is happening down at Balisier House. As far as we are aware, St. Anne's, Mr. Stuart, the Honorable Stuart Young, the chairman of the party, has been he has been given a nod as a candidate for that area. Also, another update is that Port of Spain South has been given the nod. That's Mr. Keith Scotland has been given the nod to go up for another term. And also, yes, and also we do have Kamuto Manzanilla. They have been having a little problem, so they have sent them back. Yes, they everything is in normal way. No, Kamuto Manzanilla has been sent back to come again with a candidate for for sometime next week. So right now, currently, the candidates for the constituency, we can notice change up some of the boundaries. So I'm not too sure on what is the boundary that Miss Lisa Morris Julian would have fallen under at this present time, being that they would have changed up the boundary before she would have died in that tragic fire. But right now it is only Mr. Dominic. The seat, I'm not too sure what is the name of the seat right now. We got to change the some of the boundaries in the east-west corridor. So that seat right now, where Dominic Romain is one of the candidates, one of the potential candidates at this point in time, is undergoing, because I think there's 3 persons, either 3 or 4 persons, who are currently doing screening at this point in time. So that is the update that is happening at this point in time. The mood down at Balisier House is normal. But the only seat at this point in time to conclude all the rest of, to conclude the four screening today would have been Port of Spain South, St. Anne's, which is the Honorable Stuart Young. Kamuto Manzanilla was sent back, so they have to go back and probably select a new candidate or get a new candidate, and or come back with probably the same candidate. It all depends. And right now, it is the seat where Miss Lisa Morris Julian had contact, well, was supposed to be the candidate at this point in time. Now it has 3 candidates vying for that particular seat tonight, and Dominic Romain is one of them, and we at Bounce Up is supporting the candidate, whoever is selected, regardless of whether or not, but we support Dominic Romain, and to be the candidate. I think he has worked really, really hard. He has done a lot of work with the party. He has demonstrated that he has the PR capabilities, and also he can keep his composure. You know, you can't get him angry and all these different things. So we are really, really, really hoping and supporting him 100%. Currently, down there at this point in time is our correspondence on the ground is Miss Jennifer Frederick. She's still there. Eric is still there, and Miss Valerie Bowen. She is also down there, also on the ground. And well, I was not able to be down there tonight, but we do have correspondents who are bringing us live updates at this point in time on what is happening. Now, why we would have not been able to bring you the events of Port of Spain South, but we did bring you the events of St. Anne's, is because what had happened is that they did end up in a little technical difficulties. So that is why we did not get the feed to bring it to you live tonight, well, this evening actually, so that we can show what is happening down at Balisier. There isn't much people actually down at Balisier House based on what I've just seen. Most of the people would have come out to support Mr. Stuart Young. And well, there are still people who from executive, basically for the seat that Miss Lisa Morris Julian once held. So the executive are there, and people are just basically waiting to hear whether or not if their candidate would get the nod tonight to move forward into the 2025 general election. Now the PNM has put the necessary structures in place. Candidates are being screened, and I think they have reached down to 38 or 39, could be 41 very soon. And most of the candidates who have already been selected would have been hitting the ground, or supposed to have been hitting the ground, campaigning in order to let the people get acquainted to them, and they will rule out what are some of their intentions, not too far off from what the party's intention is for the country, but within the constituency and what they may have some plans for what is to come if they are selected. Well, that is if they are still once the nomination must come first. So once you get to the nomination stage, then you are the substantial candidate. For now, most of them are potential candidates, and we do wish them all the best, and we really need all hands on deck. We do need all hands on deck to come out and support, because this is a major and critical election that we'll be going into, and all elections are critical and major, but this one is so critical at this point in time that we need all hands on deck. So we are bringing you live updates. We are bringing you live updates on what is happening down at Balisier House. Also, we would have seen what would have transpired in terms of Mr. Randolph Mitchell, he been given the nod. And that would have been yesterday, so he would have gotten the nod and stuff. And we do congratulate him on getting the nod. He has done well in the Ministry of Tourism. I can't complain because he does and hold his PR. Okay. He does send out his PRs and to update the country on what is happening in terms of culture and also tourism. So he is working, and there's no question about that. So we are live, and we are bringing you the updates on what is happening and what is transpiring down at Balisier House. So we're just waiting on the final screening candidate, well, the potential candidate to be elected, to be selected, and yeah. But also tonight we do have, well, we enter Fine Point now, but you are seeing Culture Point, and we had to run to a studio, and it so happened that we end up reaching in Culture Point. So let me just take that off and put bounce up. Right? Nice. So we are in Fine Point now. Thank you, Director. So we are in Fine Point, and we are now ready to go. So what we'll do, we'll take a quick break. We will take a quick break, and we will be back with Fine Point. So let's take a quick break and start the show. You know, there was a song last night, Director, that I wanted to play. I don't know if we have it. And I'm saying that I wanted to put that as the theme song. I don't know if you remember the song. It wasn't, oh God. I don't know if you remember the song, Director. Let me see if Director has it here. No, she doesn't have it here. Oh God, where is that song? Where is that song? Let me go. What? One done. No. Let's go.
You must prepare for war. You must be ready for battle. It's true. Lego the beast. We the Just call me Mr. Mashup. Everything I get mash up. When I touch the stage, I make the people put their hands up. Yeah, you know we jam up. That is how we raise up. Like Ratty and say, everybody jump, fuck off. Some people don't rate me, but we don't give up. If you have a hater, let me see your hands them up. And let them fools be talking. My dogs do more than barking. We about that action, we ain't really come to talk. Tell them hush them out. If they really don't know what they're talking about. Overconfidence about they run the round. But I promise you one thing. Anytime you step foot with our we inside this ring, we gon' be the last one standing. From the time we strike up the band, watch the people them start to jam, we'll be the last one standing. Watch the hand and foot start to swing, now we mash up everything. Now hey.
Yes, and welcome to Fine Point as we continue our coverage live at Balisier House, and we are waiting. The mood is kind of quiet. It is really quiet. As I'm being told, the mood is very quiet, and it's a smooth process taking place at this point in time. The only thing is that Kamuto Manzulila was sent back so that they have to bring forward now a new candidate to take part in the, well, to select a new candidate to take part in the nomination process to go forward. So, and that's why I was saying to people at the last time that it does not matter. You can have all the candidates there, and if it is that they don't meet the screening criteria, the screening committee has the authority to send back all the candidates and send the executive to look for a new candidate and come forward. And that happens. That happens. So it is something that people need not to worry about. We saw what went on with Mr. Leon, and well, he was not given the nod, so he went for the screening, and he was not given the nod, and someone else was given the nod. I'll get the name of him. Okay. Oh, okay. I wanted that video, but I wanted that video. That was a nice song from last night. And but as soon as the director gets in, but as we say, there is a number of things that must go through in terms of the process, and I'm happy to say that most of the candidates, if not all the candidates, are going through this rigorous process. And I'm proud to say that this is a party that has stood the test of time. It is six. Well, we did show the Prime Minister's speech from Saturday, and it is a party that is 69 years, going to 70, and to still be standing strong as an institution, not just a party, but an institution. The party has grown and continue to grow, and has seen many new faces participating in the electoral process. And we really must say that a number of young persons have come to the forefront, and we want to congratulate them on really giving up their time, their service to the party and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So all the candidates who have already gone forward, who have already done screening and was selected, we really want to say thank you for offering yourself up, giving yourself up for this human service. Yes. So we really have to say, okay. Yeah, so we have to say, all right. So we have to say thank you to them for offering up themselves, regardless of whatever the circumstances may be. Those who decided to offer themselves and they was not selected, we still say thank you for actually throwing your hat in the ring. Because many people were afraid to throw their hat in the ring because they felt that, nah, boy, I want to take part in this thing now. But you see, those who took part and you were not selected, but you still offered yourself up, thank you. Thank you. And we will be on the ground campaigning with you. Tomorrow I will be doing an interview. No, he didn't. Well, there's a new candidate now, but so we do have candidates, And really and truly, we are prepared, we are ready to work the ground, go the mountains. Let me tell you something. When it's time for election time, you had to climb mountains in certain areas, you know. It that meant just run from that, you know. If you notice how fit Dr. Nyanga Spidoli does be, it's because she had to climb them mountains, just as the Honorable Stuart Young, just as so all them who are in mountainous areas, even the whole East West corridor, they have well, so let's see what happens. I know that some candidates have already hit the road. I am aware that, well, Kareem Marcel has already hit the road, and we saw him during the December month, going from communities to communities, and yeah, and he has yeah, so and he has been walking the ground in different areas, in different parts of the community. Right? So we also saw Miss Penelope Beckers hitting the ground, going all over the place in her constituency, walking. Yes, and all the candidates basically, down to the Tabaki constituency. We want to say hats off to our hard-working chairman who put together a lovely retreat last Saturday when it had the pan. So I had to, you know, dive in, dive out, dive in, dive out. That's how you had to be in order to bring you the pan last time. So a number of people are working and they have really hitting the ground. Today I was in Port of Spain. Today I was in Port of Spain today, early on today, and as I was coming to Independence Way, actually, I was walking towards Independence Way on Charlotte Street, and lo and behold, when I reached on Prince Street, there was okay, but yeah, when I reached on Prince Street, there was police tape pulled across the road, and as I walked further down the road, to head over onto Queen Street, because I had to actually pass all the way around on George Street to come onto Queen Street before they block off that side. There was a young man lying on the road. A young man lying on the road. Now, word on the ground is that he was shot by the police. Yet it was sketchy in terms of the information coming out. People know the individual as a snatcher in Port of Spain. So we don't know the circumstances. People are still speculating in downtown. It had the media reach in record time. I don't know how it was reached quick, because it didn't too long happen when I was actually coming down the road. Although I didn't hear no gunshots because people playing music on the road. But it really, people ask, well, one or two persons asked me, but fellas, you ain't paying it up, you ain't, look news. And I said to them, no, that's not news. That's not news. A lifeless body, a person who may have gone rogue against the law, is not always news. And sometimes the media must also take take some cognizance that, you know, not everything you had to run to, because I mean to say they're looking for news, and I can't blame them, eh? But I personally will not publish that. Because I just get fed up. I get fed up of we reach a point that the government put us a state of emergency. And yet still these young fellas who have all these opportunities available to them still believe that they must be under somebody command, as though they can't think for themselves and go and get themselves involved in these programs and these courses. And when you talk to some of them and you ask them, brother man, why you go by the MP? Why you go by the MP and talk to the MP? Because some of them live in the poorest Spain south there, the south area, which is Mr. Keith Scotland. And when you ask them, so why you talk to your councillor? Why you talk to your MP? They always have this excuse. Why sometimes we go, we don't see him there, or we don't know where the MP office is. And I said, the MP office right across the road there. We can't go over there because they know the warfare. I said, right, if you can't go over there, why you can't go down French Street? The man office right on French Street. None of what going on French Street. They're too far. And it's always an excuse, an excuse, an excuse, an excuse. And then too, I sat down a day and I listened to, I saw a young man. A young man, he's only, what, 13 years. 13 years, the same age as one of my sons. 13 years. His mother died from the same program that I showed on this on the living with AIDS and stuff. The special. And this young man is up and down the place. Up and down the place. And while talking to him, I said, well, why don't go with the guardians who wanted to take you? And, you know, because I spoke to them, you know, I can't judge people and say there was bad thing. But one or two persons jump in and say, why? But them ain't treating the boy nice. Them ain't treating, but how you would say the people not treating the boy nice? And they buy clothes to him. And they carry him all over because the woman, like, she don't have no children. Who one of the family members, she don't have no children. And she holding a good job. She not really living in Trinidad really, and she was flying back to somewhere in New Zealand or something. So, and they was willing to take him and, you know, become the boy the guardian. But some people in communities rather than children stand up at the side of the block say that they're watching the block in the night time, than to give them children and them an opportunity to go and let somebody help them and advance them in life. Because 13 years, he can't really get in most programs. He can't get in most programs. So therefore, he had to stay. And when I asked the person who telling me, oh, the people and them have treated him, I said, but how you can say that? They said, because he tell me. I said, but did you talk to the people? No, I taking the side of the child. The child must know. I said, the children doesn't always know. Because not every time a child is tell the truth. Especially when they get accustomed and adapted to a certain type of lifestyle in our community, you know. No, I'm not saying that children don't tell the truth, you know. But not all of them will say the truth because they want to stay in that particular area. Because they don't get accustomed. And when you see Like what I saw on Charlotte Street, you know, went back to my mind. The same young boy who's 13 years. 13 years, very pleasant, you know. He no bad child, that's why he was costly and all them different things, you know. But 13 years, and you outside in the night, roaming the streets, while the same people who telling me that the people who was treating the boy bad, them sleeping in the house. And this young man outside, roaming the streets at night. But he'll go and get a plate of food. Because they only tell me, pass and me go back and get a plate of food. But what about going to school? What about any education? What about upgrading and buying clothes for him? How much of them going to do that? How much of them going to do that? But they'd rather see, because if it is that it was somebody else's child get gone down, you know what they're going to say? Boy, but we tell them that, you know, we talk to that boy, you know, he don't listen. He don't listen. Give me a minute. Let me take a break. My political scientist calling. Let me just give a minute here. 1 minute. Let me take this song.
Some says are small, nothing you do can stop me. So go with your heavy vibe, move them things from around me. More than turn off the total well, how to pray and to break the spell. small fry like me keep rising. So they gather and hatching plan for me to suffer and start demising. They say I'm climbing too high, so my hand and foot they go tight. They want to see me sleeping and train, but their voodoo is all in vain. Make way, make way, make way, make way. I got work to do, plenty work to do. Make way, make way, make way, make way. I got work to do, plenty work to do. Early morning ringing church bell, them things so when I walk in, summonizing demons from hell. Them things so when I walk in, by the fountain and by the spring. Them things so when I walk in, with chicken wing on a string. Them things so when I walk in on it. They want to put me in the labas, cause they find I progress too fast. They do rituals by the sea, put my name in a fish belly, lighting candles and burning oil, so my reputation could spoil. They're mixing all kind of potion, so I won't get the promotion. Make way, make way, make way, make way. I got work to do, plenty work to do. Make way, make way, make way, make way. I got work to do, plenty work to do. Put my name in a scorpion nest, them things so when I walk in, for my spirit to be restless. Them things so when I walk in, to slow me down like a snail. Them things so when I walk in, anything they try going to fail, cause them things so now walking on me. They're using technology, the picture on the flash drive, scrolling TikTok looking for me, cause they want to see me on a live. But the virus corrupt the files and make the computer freeze. They deleted all of their lives, now my success will make them like peace. Make way, make way, make way, make way. I got work to do, plenty work to do. Make way, make way, make way, make way. I got work to do, plenty work to do. Good time and name on a cow horn. Them things so when I walk in, they could close the day I was born. Them things so when I walk in, boy my name in a crab shell. Them things so when I walk in, go out and casting spell. Them things so when I walk in on them.
Ah, yes. Nice. So we are back, we are back, we are back. Oh, yeah, me loud and clear out here. If you hear me loud and clear, just let me know. If you want to hear me loud and clear. All right. So we are back, we are back, we are back. And so let me just wrap up what I was saying in terms of this young man. I am not going to make an appeal for this young man at this point in time. I'm not going to do that. But what I will say is that the authorities may need to get involved, and we may need to save this young man. We may need to save this young man from himself, because he may not understand the dangers in which he is embarking on with people who may have more experience than him in the road. And really and truly, I can't stomach to see children being misguided by a set of delinquent adults in this society. So I do have my political guru. I will take a short break, and my political guru, my budding political guru, is in studio, and he will be joining me as we'll be talking a little politics tonight on Fine Point. So we'll take a little break, and let's bring him in the studio, and he will be joining us very soon.
Bounce Up Central Network. We ready to bounce up to Carnival 2025.
As we prepare for Bounce Up Carnival 2025, we want to make sure that you are also ready with us on the road, in the fets, in the clubs, Calypso, Down Skinner Park, Panyard, Peregrinades, Midnight Rubbers, even the barman, the bawa, what do you call him? The bow, what do you call him again? The barman, not the barman, the stick fighting. Yeah, stick fighting. So, get ready. 2025, we on the road. Bounce Up Carnival. Don't miss it. You dig?
For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, tune in to Culture Point Show Thursdays at 8 p.m. and visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's We Ting, created for we, by we.
Ah, yes. You know. Yeah. So, good evening. Paul.
Pleasant good day to you, Devon. Good day to Trinidad and Tobago. How are you today?
Well, we are doing well. And now that we have you in studio, we know that you are a young, budding political scientist, and you are going to give us some politics analysis at this point in time. Tell us, Mr. Paul, as a young student, well, I know you're still doing your studies in the classroom, but how has it been at this point in time on the journey as a political scientist, a student of political
science? As a student, yeah, the journey had been a really rigorous one from since 2020 to present. I have engaged in studying, I've engaged in doing projects, I've engaged in doing my dissertation, and there was a couple courses, well, that I had to, not a couple, sorry, one course in particular I had to rewrite, and I failed it twice because that is one of the prerequisite course in order to graduate. And sometimes I say, you try your best with a particular course, and it's like, I don't want to blame the University of the West Indies for this, but sometimes I feel like they're banking on this course in order to make monetary value, I must mention. But I don't want to be blacklisted, because every doors that I knocked on, or every doors that open to me, there is a group of miscreants usually go knocking on that same door in order for me to be blacklisted. So let's see what door they could knock on now, because when I get my political science degree in my hand and I have that bat up in the air and I dressed in my gown crossing the stage this year, all mouths are closed. It's not going to be open.
Well, all mouths will be closed. Well, that's why I play this song. They will try to do anything, put your name in a cow hell, and all different things. But what part of Trinidad and Tobago you were from, actually, Mr. Paul?
Actually, I came from East Porta, Spain, in one of the main hotspots area in the country.
Tell them the man.
But yes, no. I am reaching there.
All right.
I born and bred in Beetham Estate. My origin in terms of my parents were from Shigona, so I want to give you the history. My mother and father came into Port of Spain to work for Port of Spain City Corporation. Whilst my mother was a laborer, my father was a foreman / supervisor. So that is where our family came into Port of Spain, and under the leadership of Dr. Eric Williams, he moved them from Shantytown into Beetham Estate, right? And it was a journey for me, being one of the minority Indians in that area. I felt not alone because we had actually grew up in that area, so we become as one. But we still kind of like outnumbered the rest in terms of the African diaspora. But that doesn't state anything, because I were embedded in the culture. I were embedded in eating and drinking of the different food of the Africans and the Creole dishes, whilst my mother would exchange, whilst we exchanged roti and curry and all the different East Indian dishes to our African neighbors, they would also in return do the same thing. So back in the days in Beetham Estate and in that particular area, there were love and unity. Looking at the present status today, I cannot say the same thing. You know, I moved out of that area almost a decade and a half, and the reason for that was so many reasons surrounding it. But there's no return unless I have to serve in that area in time to come. But the return would be to meet and greet my people and do something for them in terms of uplifting. But what I can say though, home will always be home. Home is where the heart is. And me being away from that particular area for so long because my parents are deceased, they died. So I believe that because the family isn't there anymore for numbers of years, there's no return. But I believe in always giving back, you know, and that's it.
But in terms of the politics, how would you have been venturing into this politics? How did you get into the politics?
Well, the thing about it, when you looked at the politics, I first came out as an activist. Person in the area who were activists or who still is activists would have called me and said, you know, I want you to make statements on behalf of the people in the community. I start trying to understand what's taking place, because I mean, my mother and father was no hand-to-mouth kind of people. They worked for the Spain Corporation. My father stopped my mother from working because he was able to build a particular capital and carry through the family to the next level in terms of the breadwinner, putting the bread on the table, providing for us. He was even going as far as providing for neighbors. You know, he would either give them breadfruit, pigtail, you name it, because we had a mini mart, right?
Oh,
so we had a mini mart, and my mother used to make roti and sell. So those persons from the area will support the roti and the doubles and stuff. You know, I want to speak about my brother as well. My brother still lives there, and what in the early era, my parents started to look at what career should their children get involved into. My mother and father spend I don't want to say their life earnings, but they spent a lot of money on the first set of children that they made. In terms of my brothers and my sisters, I'm the last. And my brother got the opportunity to go to the United States of America to college, but he didn't want to be college. So he decided to come back to Trinidad. And my father and my mother come together and they open a business in San Juan in the Quasi, where they build a fruit shed for him, help him so that he could start a business. So, I mean, they all wanted the best for us, and not only us but everybody in the neighborhood. And then I was the wayward one. I was the one who not conservative. Whilst my parents will protect all of us, I had my own way, and I believe it's because I'm the last and I was spoiled. So I used to mingle with all the females in the area. Some of the males will talk to me. I was like a swordfish there, but that didn't deter me from becoming who I am or who I want to be. There were time when the time when my father died, my mother went into depression, and she didn't have no money to send me to school and things. She begged, she borrowed, whatever she do to send me to St. Augustine Senior Secondary Comprehensive, and I completed that level of education. After that, um, after completing the level of education, she passed away 2 years after. So I lost my mother, I lost my father, and then life become really hard in Peter Estates. You know? So after that, there was the situation with one of the activists where they shot at her house, and I was there at the time. So that also make my mind in a different direction, that you know what, this politics is getting nasty. Let me get out of the ghetto. Let me try to make something of myself. I started to canvass with the People's National Movement, lobby for persons, not only Trinidad and Tobago, but the wider society. And it was a force to reckon with. So reckon with, sorry, but I become this name, Paul Saran, that I made for myself. Whilst I was trying to push myself, I feel the force was trying to keep me back down, because they believe that, okay, who is Paul Saran? Why should he have a voice for the people? Why should he have a voice for the People's National Movement? And even with being a member of the People's National Movement, I continue to get this fight. And I didn't understand where the fight was coming from. So I said, you know what? Let me leave politics alone. I left it for a little while, sorry. And then I said, you know what? I want to be a political scientist. I think I want to be able to speak on a broader spectrum. I want to be able to convince the population this is the direction we're going in terms of the electorate. So I wanted to move away from that kind of grassroots, that kind of cut down behavior, that kind of gutter politics. You know, I would still liaise with them because that's where you get your source of information. It may not be accurate. But then I said, you know what? Let me sign up to the University of the West Indies, and I was accepted. However, when they called me, I stated to the register that I'm not interested in doing a degree. I was just playing around online and making an application. So she said, you know what? They convinced me to come and do it. I had $900 in my name that I got from clients doing visa applications. I was supposed to go to the grocery. That was in 2020. I had no money really. That's when the COVID didn't really hit, but things was hard with me. So I said, you know what? Let me go in the grocery and buy maybe some groceries with this $900. University called at the same time and stated, you know what? I wanted to come in to pay $831 for the registration fee and bring your documents. We would notarize it for you. Usually you have to notarize your documents and send it up to UE, but they were willing to help me to notarize it and bring the 831. I was shocked because I had signed up for political science with a minor in economics. But when I looked at economics courses, I realized, you're not going to make it. You're not a mathematical person. And most of the courses were economics rather than political science courses. And then I wrote UWA and said, you know what? I don't mind pursuing, but I want to do political science alone.
Yeah.
So that's how my journey started. And today I can say confidently that I have 6 more months. The journey was hard. I get booked from my professors. At times I don't have anything here to eat and drink. I have to pay to UE fees because they had raised their fees. I have to do client application because I wasn't employed for a while. Now that I'm employed with the ministry, with the government, it helps me to pay UE fee. It helps me to pay my bills at home. And I said, my experience still going through this sort of hardship to success right now. It's not no make believe. It's not no trying to perpetuate something different. It's still hard, especially when COVID-19 hit me. But the consistency and the determination, not to prove anybody wrong, but this is the passion that I have, and I know I didn't want my mother and father hard work and dedication that they work in Port of Spain Corporation, what else they did, to go in vain, right? And this is where I am. This is where I'm at. Sorry, I'm now a columnist at the Trinidad Express. I do contents with Bounce Up, and I don't really do much Facebook blogging because I want to move away from that kind of thing. But social media is social media. Now that those big in the media fraternity are now recognizing the hard work and dedication. I hope the politicians as well. But because I'm now going into the direction of analyzing how as a political scientist, budding one for now. But once I graduate, I'm definitely going to be that young political scientist of Trinidad and Tobago, and nothing is going to stop me because I know my journey, and I'm only telling Trinidad and Tobago part of it. But my journey was hard, especially last year when I got a pre-action protocol letter that I am going to be evicted if I don't pay my arrears and my housing unit. And I felt I had to skip a semester. That's why I'm doubling up on courses right now. I mean, I want to thank persons like Donna Cox who encouraged me, yourself, Devon, Valerie, and a lot of people, even professors, as far as Barbados and Jamaica, including Trinidad and Tobago, who was there standing and praying that, that Paul Saran come out of whatever he's facing. And I must say, apart from the GATE program that helped me, because if it wasn't for GATE, I wouldn't be here today. Apart from using my salaries and monies that making from my business to pay UE, I applied for 2 bursaries at the University of the West Indies, and I was able to get through with that. One was from Jamaica and one was from Barbados, because I was already getting GATE in Trinidad. And those persons congratulated me. They looked for good things for me, even people of the island as my colleagues who's also doing political science. They intend to invite me to Antigua and Barbados to be on their platforms after I graduate, so we can kind of analyze the politics in the Caribbean region. So I think that my future is not just surrounded by Trinidad and Tobago, but my future is the CARICOM nations. And I felt like, I get fought so much in this country, and people can understand my vision. They looked at my sexuality and called me all sorts of names to drag me down, but that did not deter me, because I know I am not exercising or practicing homosexuality, right? While there's others who doing it in public life, I am not, because I know who I am and what I'm about. I know there were one instance where I were in a relationship with a police officer, and that has resulted in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, where I got a restraining order and I left it there. So when persons now want to come to drag me, the Almighty God had a purpose and I'm fulfilling it. So now I want to thank persons like yourself and my professors and my mother and father who is above in heaven, and persons who had really pelted big stone at me, and they also had glass window that had also strengthened me, because my enemies also, or my competitor, or whoever they want to call themselves, given me the hope that I did not have. So I also thank them.
And let me ask you this, in terms of the CARICOM nations and stuff, in terms of your political doing political analyst, what are their take on you getting this exposure? Because I know you have classmates in the class who would be from different CARICOM nations doing political science. How are they watching you as a young political science getting scientists getting this as much exposure before he become a political scientist with a degree.
Right. So what happened is that you can do you can exercise you can practice as a student for now because you can't use the wording because you're not graduate. However, persons that I would have met while studying and presently studying political science at UWI were persons in government in CARICOM nations. For instance, there are persons in Antigua, Barbados, and other Caribbean islands who are presently senators, who are presently going up for members of parliament, who was in the youth parliament and came to Trinidad and Tobago, and they now representing their country in youth forums. And when they hear the name Paul Saran and the way that I articulate myself in the classroom, and we do research together because we have group projects, right? They really like how I work collaboratively with them, you know, and I start writing articles not only in Trinidad and Tobago as a columnist, but there's an online platform called the Caribbean Plus magazine. I have been writing almost 2 years now as a student. And that's what some people don't know. They believe because they saw me on Trinidad Express, Trinidad Guardian, and the Newsday, that is something fresh and new. I have always been a columnist apart from completing my political science degree. So the persons I would have be on that magazine were people like Mayor Motley, people from the UN, Grenada Prime Minister would have been there as well. And all these people would have known my name, right? And then my colleagues in UWI started to see these articles and the way I articulate myself in class and the kind of grades that I would have been able to get after, and we shared it. They now see the struggle in Trinidad with myself and politics. And they said, you know, we want to discuss things like crime and criminality and different topics in their country, because their country, in terms of the crime, it's not that bad. So they wanted some insights about Trinidad so that they wouldn't fall in the cracks like Trinidad, even though their population size is smaller and their crime rate is not as bad as Trinidad and Jamaica. So they like the diversity. They like the way that I have the passion for politics. And they themselves who in government in these Caribbean islands also guide me because they're in the system, right? Not because they are political science students. They are already government ministers and senators in like places like Antigua and Barbuda and Barbados and Anguilla and even St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. I mean, and also Trinidad and Tobago, you know. But these students, who is also ministers and government officials who went to China with their prime minister, and I was so amazed to meet these people because I said, Paul, your future is looking bright. They go as far as like, you know, when we having our general election, we would call you and we would tender for you to be there so that you would be one of our political scientists, right? So they decided that they would also hire me, and that makes me feel really good.
Well, don't get into all that is yet.
No, I know, but I'm just telling you how far they were thinking futuristically, whilst my people are dragging me down to the gutter, which I'm going to stop.
Well, that is a common practice sometimes in certain communities, and there are certain communities that do it, and not everybody will do it, but you will always find the odd one or two. But let's talk some politics here. Because I know you just finished your class and stuff. And so let's talk some politics. Screening would have taken place for 4 areas basically. We're still waiting to hear the final outcome of the what is happening in the Lisa Morris.
The Arima.
Well, no, I don't think she's Arima. I think she's
it's not Arima, it's sorry, I know it's around in the east. I think it's Omera or something.
Malabar or something, so?
I'm not sure of the seat though, but I'm aware of her district. I think I'm aware of her seat is being up for grabs.
Yeah. So, well, Mr. Stuart Young, the senior counsel, I think he's a senior counsel, or as well as he's also the chairman of the party, the People's National Movement. He has been given the nod, which well, once the process
Well,
was
obviously he would have gotten the nod, yeah.
yeah, and well, I know Mr. Keith Scotland would have been given the nod also, and well, Samuto Mansalina, they were told to go back and come again sometime next week. So they may have to look for a new candidate, or the candidates may have to resubmit their proposal to come forward again. But and then well it have the seat where Miss Lisa Morris used to be holding. That is up for grabs at this point in time. I think screening is supposed to be completed, so I'm just waiting on the final outcome on what is happening with that and who has been given the nod on that. But tell me something. How do you do you like how the screening is progressing at this point in time?
Right. So let's start with Lisa Morris Julian seat, right? That's Dabadi O'Meara. So we'll wait on that final decision from the screening committee. However,
Yes.
I must mention, and I analyze this, I must mention the People's National Movement is in lead in terms of screening their candidates. And that speaks volumes in terms of the leadership style, the quality, the organization, the institution as a whole. It speaks about understanding democracy, and it also speaks about proper preparation for the 2025 election. However, PNM is known for a really exceptional election machinery. So I am not surprised that PNM is in the lead of screening their candidates and preparing for the upcoming general election. Whilst the UNC is a bit behind, I think there's too much hands in the pot where the UNC is concerned, or there's controversy within the party. And I think that if someone is serious about winning an election, when you looked at the party in power right now that is preparing, you're supposed to now up your game. You're supposed to say, you know what, let me try to get the screening to be maybe neck or neck, or let me see what we can do. Not rushing the screening process, but I think the opposition party is not prepared for the next upcoming election because we have a few months again. Let's just say the prime minister of this country decide that, you know what, I am going to call the election. The election date is in my back pocket. What would be the opposition? Well, the opposition party in terms of preparation, would they still be scrambling for candidates? Will they be like, you know what, I will choose as it comes and not critically thinking in terms of proper selection for their candidates? You know, so I think, and not only the UNC, but all other political parties, because we have small parties in the country. And I think we don't take democracy in this country serious anymore. And at this stage, that is how I personally feel.
So with the UNC only basically screening eight seats in the opposition, they are not ready, as you say, to be on the same playing field. If the election is called, they will be actually behind. Actually. Correct. So what about Kamala Prasad Bisesa? Do you think that the time? I think. Do you think that her time is expired, or should she still hold on, knowing that the People's National Movement has changed the leader? Do you think that the United National Congress should be looking to get rid of Kamala Prasad Bisesa, or do you think that she should go into make this a last election and then demit office? What is your thing?
I think, okay, I just want to correct you, Abdul. The PNM haven't changed leadership as yet. We are still waiting on the retirement of Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Right. He's in line for that leadership, right? That's one. Two, I think, and I stated it in one of my articles, if I can recall, that it's about time that the opposition leader Kamala Persad-Bissessar follow suit of the People's National Movement in terms of endorsing a leader for the UNC, because there's no way at this stage right now the UNC is looking like one of the parties that is favorable or that kind of thing. It is not, because they are not a fighting force to reckon with. I don't know who is Kamala Persad-Bissessar advisors, but I think in that aspect, she needs to do some sort of restructuring, rebrand the party, get a new leadership, make it attractive to Trinidad and Tobago. My recommendation as an budding political scientist is to take somebody young or somebody similar to the leadership that the prime minister in waiting. Take somebody like Stuart Young, similar, so they can be on the battlefield for prime minister. That is what I want to see for this election. I want to see two young persons in their 40s, different type of manifestos, battling for prime minister in this country. And that is what I would say call real democracy. For now, it's just a dolly house. That is what I would say. This is dolly house politics at this stage in our country called Trinidad and Tobago, and that needs to stop.
So if it is that Kamala Persad-Bissessar doesn't step down, what is your prediction in terms of the amount of seats that she may or may not get?
I can't do any prediction right now. I'm working on that because I have to get all my my I's dotted and my T crossed, because we are still screening. And for me to say how much seat she's going to get or the party in power, it will be very unbiased as a young political science student. So I need to see the type of candidates that she screened and nominated, and also for the PNM as well. I had to look at the marginals. I have to look at the statistics for the last election. I have to look at what they are campaigning on in terms of their manifesto and what they're bringing forth for the electorate, and by extension, the youths of Trinidad and Tobago, because the youths are future. I have looked at the different things, and I know the PNM had been trying to navigate in that direction. And for instance, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services has embarked on different initiatives, and they've been giving out grants for home repairs, endorsing some of the youth programs in terms of persons who are in terms of the most vulnerable, where they can get access to different grants to help themselves and their families. So I looked at the way that the welfare is actually progressing under the PNM, but I haven't heard anything what the UNC decides to do for the youths once they come into power or once they win the election. So, or even in their manifesto, they could have simply make statements and say, this is what we want to present for the youths of Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, I wrote an article about, and I attention it to the Minister of National Service and the National Service and Youth, that's the Foster Cummings, about reviving youth camps. And I put certain things in my article stating what can be the benefits, because we have the MILAT and the MIAT, or whatever they want to call it. But that is, in my opinion, I do think it's a big success rate. I think it's very moderate. And I can only be honest in my analysis. So hence the reason I put pen to paper and I attention it to him via Trinidad Express, and as a columnist. And I hope he sees it, and I hope he take note of it, so that he could use it as part of his campaigning strategy, because we are very close to the election. I mean, if he could open one or two camps, it would worth the while, but we are very close and edging. So I'm hoping that he take that and put it into his ministry. I'm not saying that I'm siding with the People's National Movement, because the UNC could also grab that opportunity and say we also want to revive youth camps, because the youth is our future Devon and Trinidad and Tobago. So why not invest in our youths?
All right, so breaking news, and I know that, so we do have the confirmation that Dominic Romain is, all right, so we're going to be going live. We're going to try to go live. now we're going to try to go live. And hold 1 minute, Paul. Dominic Romain has been given the nod, and we do wish him all the best. He's coming out at this point in time from inside Balisier House. So Dominic Romain is now the candidate for WD O'Meara. Paul?
Yeah, I think it's W. O'Meara.
Right.
Correct.
Director?
Congratulations, Dominic Romain. Director shall step off the stage now. Thank you very much.
Huh? Director? Oh, okay. I don't know what there. But we are trying to get to see what is happening down there, and we do congratulate Mr. Dominic Romain. I know a lot of people are going to be very, very happy tonight. He has worked extremely hard, and yes, I must say that Dominic Romain has been more of the SMO for the People's National Movement than what we have been seeing. And we really, really, really want to congratulate Mr. Dominic Romain, who will be a new MP sitting in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and may very well be the PRO, because I know he loves that, and we want to congratulate him again. So let's go on until we get that feed from Balisier House. Let's go on, Paul, until we get that feed from Balisier House.
Thank you. And this is the thing, we are now talking about youth and youth exposure, right? And I now see that the People's National Movement are now selecting a lot of youths. And this is a good image for the party. This is saying, you know what? Even though some didn't hand over the baton, in terms of Lisa, she is deceased. So I'm hoping that the other persons in ARIMA, in authority, will say, we would give you the baton on behalf of the deceased Lisa Morris Julian, because I know if she were alive and let's just say he got the seat, she would have done the same thing in terms of handing over the baton and blessing her with the seat, because ARIMA people is different. You know, they look for proper representation. So I will look forward and seeing what this new candidate would be bringing forward to the people of W. O'Meara. However, continuing, and as I was saying, let's see what the youth's going to have coming down to the election. I know people would look at it as goodie bags or pushing their hands in the cookie jar, but it's not like that. It's been really, really rough in terms of since COVID-19. And I think that the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the party in power had really tried to put initiative in place so that we will not be able to go to the IMF. And that is one of the things that I think would be the People's National Movement that they would be campaigning on, right? And that would be a good plight, in other words, to campaign on. Because if it was some other party, we would have already been under the IMF. And to avoid that kind of financial strain for the future generation, it's not going to add up. But things like property tax and all these different things, I can see the United National Congress is coming back in 2025 election and campaigning on axe the tax. So you would see different kind of strategies that each political parties are going to use in order to gain this sort of political mileage and to appease the electorate. You know, so I am very much excited, and because as a young budding political scientist and would be graduating this year, it is an excited moment for me to express my analysis publicly. You know, my prediction may be moderate. My prediction may be very close. Most political scientists sometimes don't get the prediction on point, but we come as close as possible. And to come as close as possible could bring you a lot of credibility in your career. So that is why when you asked the question earlier, I didn't hesitate to tell you I need to see certain things first.
All right, Paul, hold 1 minute, hold 1 minute. We do have a feed from Balisier House with Dominic getting the nod. Director, could we bring it?
All right, I'll go on.
Yes. Could we get the nod? Could we get the feed?
Yes.
Yeah, nah. Watch that. The live does skyrocket, you know. 162.
I think what is happening is that a celebration and jubilation is happening down at Balisier House. We wasn't hearing the audio. All right, so let's go back to Balisier House. Let's see what's happening.
A team effort, facts and stuff, everything. Well, you know, Dominic to do the work, he come for the work, and he will be doing the work and we give him 100% support.
All right. So, guys, there we have it. Our new prospective nominee is Dominic Romain. So, we are out. We have a lot of work to do. This night to all. I'm out.
Boy for the piano.
Yeah, now, okay, on Jan 15, and the people more be like. What's that, Dominic? Sorry, yeah. Right. What's that? Look like in one of them.
So we outside. We feeling a good spirit.
There we go.
Don't worry, dog. Don't worry. It's a good spirit. Hey, I want
Right. Let me see to talk to all right. Okay. So I don't know what happened there, but all right. So let's so you got it here first. Just hold on, let me see. All right. All right, okay, yeah. They're in such a celebratory mood down there at this point in time that I am glad. Paul.
I'm still here listening.
Right. So, Dominic Romain, what are your thoughts? Young person, bright future. What are your thoughts?
as I said earlier, I embrace young persons who deserve it, young persons who have been in the young persons who have been lobbying for some time. You see it progressing, like progressively. And Dominic Romain have been doing his homework. He went back to the drawing board. I see he did his own blog, been dealing with the issues at hand, and I must say that I embrace young persons. Even Christian Birchwood, if that's the surname,
Bridge,
um,
yeah, Bridgewood, yeah.
Birchwood, right? Even him as well. Um, I embrace the fact that the People's National Movement selected him. I embrace Christian because you can see he passionately wants to serve his community, even though he is specialized in civil engineering. And what also I feel proud of is that the sitting member of parliament, Adrian Leons, hand over the baton to him. And by doing that, it shows a lot of respect. It shows that the party is in good hands. It shows transparency and accountability. And most importantly, it shows that, you know what, this is your time now, continuity in terms of taking care of my people. And that is what Adrian Leons did. So now that Adrian Leons, and I want to wish him all the best in his future endeavor, I love the fact that the baton was handed over. Unlike some, the baton wasn't handed over, maybe because there's some sort of perceived controversy within the member of parliament, the sitting member of parliament, and they didn't think that it is too respectful at this stage to hand it over now. And when someone hand over the baton, the same supporters that supported them when they were supposed to be elected and continuing would be the same set supporters would continue to support the person in waiting to be the next member of parliament once they win the seat. And this may not happen for everybody. Some persons would lose votes, and it is very, how can I say, people have to understand the dynamics of the politics. And as one former prime minister say, politics have a morality of its own. And this prime minister died, and we live on to see the truth. If you have morality in politics, your political career will die a natural death.
Well, Paul, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming on tonight, and we will keep in contact with you and keep you abreast on what is happening and get your analysis on the politics that is taking place in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you so much, and have a good night.
All right, and thanks a lot. All right, so you want to play the video, Miss Director? Play that video for us. Let's take in what happened at Balisier House tonight. Then a little while ago. All right, so the video is giving a little trouble. But what you're seeing on your screen, Miss Althea, we got the news, and we went live and all sort of thing. But we do have to respect our political analysts and on what we are achieving here. And if you realize there's going to be wailing and gnashing of teeth on some people, but I am very much glad that another young person has come forward, has offered himself up for service, and has been given the nod. He has offered himself up for service, and Dominic, you have earned it. You have earned it, and we at Bouncer is very proud to know that despite all what they do here, despite Mr. Wayne, not me tonight, no? But despite what, despite all what they did to you at a radio station, nobody believed. You see, they were talking about it. The journey. Nobody believed that this man could have been in a position where he is today. They fired him for no wrong, you know, for doing no wrong, you know. Yeah? Fire the man for no wrong, for doing nothing wrong, you know. Because why? He brought some form of intellectual level of thinking and talking at that particular station. Working for free. For free. You don't get that from plenty young people who want to come and do service. And yes, people waited for him in terms of being in the SMO. And still yet, they try to block him.
Prime Minister, what about the constituency of Komodo Manzanilla? We didn't hear any results.
Yeah.
So kind of Komodo Manzanilla, you have three more constituencies, Digomartin Central, Digomartin West.
Well, we are not hearing the audio a little too clear from that particular feed. Hearing the audio.
Who you think could walk in your footsteps to represent your constituency?
Well, we're not.
Screening for your constituency, and we pulled off from Digomartin Central. Digomartin West, sorry, yeah.
Well,
I mean, I know the PLM, the UNC rather have 8 candidates so far. You have a quite fast-paced process with 24 and then one selected today. When you expect to conclude your full 41 Selected at the end of January, February,
Well, let's come back, director, because the audio from wherever the so the audio is not coming through too clear on the feed that that we tried to get from. But that was the Prime Minister talking after the screening process. And I think that the whole of all of the 10,000 followers that Dominic Romain has now on his page, and I think all of them and everybody within the PNM is jubilated tonight to know that leave it there. Who you gonna call tonight? You gonna call who is that? Who's that, David? Well, and really and truly, it's lots of work now that we have to do. All hands have to be on deck, and really and truly, it's a lot of campaigning, hitting the road. And that is why I'm saying, you see, people like Dominic Romain, even though he's given the nod, bet your bottom dollar, Dominic Romain gonna do his live tomorrow like normal. And he's still going to be the same Dominic Romain that he has always been. He has worked hard, regardless of what. He is a good person in the financial sector. He knows about his finance. Oh. And he has really, really progressed. And that's why I tell people, oh, okay, right. So, really and truly, he has progressed. And I'm very, very much proud that regardless of what people say, regardless of what people try to do to bring down people in this country who want to progress, who want to serve, who want to come forward as members of the People's National Movement, no weapon formed against us could stop us. And I really, really, really want to say heartfelt thanks that we have Dominic Romain now, and he will make a good, the new energy minister. Yes, Mr. Alti. You want to put him in finance. You want to put him in energy. I think he will do good in finance. But you want to put him in energy. So you're taking away Mr. Stuart Young rule when he becomes the Prime Minister. Okay. But nevertheless, we are happy. We stay the course. And like Dominic Romain, as I told you all, you must get in order to make that change. And Dominic Romain realized that he has to get in in order to bring about that change. And I'm very much glad that we will be seeing new persons in the parliament. And I know Dominic will give them opposition, them UNC opposition people, thunder in the parliament, because let me tell you something. He could debate them. He could debunk them. And they can't stop him. They can't stop him. Platform-wise, they can't stop him. They will be running. You understand? And really and truly, we have seen the growth of Dominic Romain, not just now, but years. Yeah, we have seen the growth of Dominic Romain, and we are seeing the growth of many people who want to serve, and they have come forward and they have diligently put forward their names. And I'm very much glad that we have them inside. So let's see if we can head back to Balisier House and let's see what is happening down there. Let's take in the feed. Could we get the audio? Director, we're not hearing anything. Director, we're not hearing nothing. We're not hearing on the outside, Director.
For the party and that's that stubborn thing. Yes.
Yes. So we go back. Right.
Look at me, please. Well, I am humbled that the party executive will have the confidence in me, albeit a bittersweet moment given the fact that the circumstances that have led to this vacancy coming about. The former MP and I were fairly good friends for the short period of time that we would have known each other. And I only hope that I will be able to pick up the mantle that would have been left with the unfortunate party. So I intend to work as hard as I can and as hard as she would have done to make that video now Malama Mouth so that the constituency that it's true.
A lot of familiar faces here because we have councillors, aldermen, a lot of people that we have accustomed to in the public eye. What can you tell the public about you? Everybody wants to know who you are. Tell us.
Well, I'm a lifelong constituent of David Umera, financial advisor by profession, and I'm also, well, they call me a social media personality, but I do some work on social media with respect to advocacy for the party. And that's that stubborn thing. Yeah. What else is there to say? Single, no kids, but that is not advertising. It went smoothly. Actually, I expected it to be a little more rigorous because yesterday we would have had our constituency executive screening, and I must say, I have to give special thanks to these folks because coming out of yesterday, it would have given me impetus to go home and do my homework. And so I came prepared today, and I want to thank the Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity not just to express who I am and what I can bring to the table, but also to speak about the initiatives that I would want to undertake as the next MP for Balisier, first MP for Balisier.
Well, there you have it. There you have it.
Yes, you should.
So, the campaign is officially started, and I thought the man.
Come, Dominic. Yeah. Dominic, your people on live here, so tell them something.
We did it. We did it. It's because of your patronage of factor stubborn things and debunking UNC lies. That is why I was able to do what we did today. So it's not just me. This is a victory for all of us. And don't worry, I will continue to do my lives until such time as they tell me I can. And you'll probably see me anymore.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right. So, I don't know why that's not the candidate. That's not the candidate. But all right, that's not the candidate. But I don't know why Eric stick there. You heard it, Sharon. You heard it, director. Yeah, you heard it. Well, boy, you know, I suppose it must take and if I tell you, well, we are the ground. I told you all, and we have our correspondents out there, and they are down at Balisier House, and really and truly, she did call me and let me know that Dominic did get in on. So we do want to thank everybody. Really and truly, this has been an extended version of both Jenny, or Jen, or Sister Jenny, as we all know her, or some people call she GG, or some people might, you know, Jennifer Fredericks, whatever you want to call her, and Fine Point. And that's what we talk about, collaboration. And it's only when we do collaboration. Oh, let me talk the things and Fine Point combo. So it's all about collaboration. Leave it there. We'll call Dominic tomorrow. Yes, leave it there. Let him call Dominic tomorrow. But we want to really thank everybody. And as I said, so I guess it was We Talk D Ting, fine pointing. But I'm really, really happy. I'm really, really happy because let me tell you something. Eh? When Dominic was removed from the radio, Dominic didn't say nothing, you know. Dominic said absolutely nothing. As people called me and they told me, they say, tell us, you hear what went on with Dominic? I said, no, I didn't hear what went on with Dominic. They take the man off the radio. They tell the man he can't go on the radio, this, that, the other. And I went and I did my live. And I embarrassed them. I called for boycott and all on the station. And people did boycott the station at that point in time. And, you know, it was level campaign I did against the station because of what they did. And look at that today. Yes. And they always keep telling people, and I keep saying it to even Pastor Google. And a lot of them, you do not need to be as no slave or no radio station. You can be independent. Yeah. You can be independent, stand on your 2 feet. And people believe that they must still. Boy, we can't think and be no. He moved. He moved on. He went, you know what it is to get removed from a station that ain't paying you? That ain't paying you, you know. So you give all that time, that effort, and nobody didn't give a damn. Eh? Didn't give a damn about your hard work that you did. They never even say, well, you know what, yeah, look at that small thing as gratuity for what you did. You helped me, you build the station too. They didn't do that. And then he went on and he started to do it live, and he did call me. I did tell him, well, okay, this we had to do X, Y, and Z. And then he said, I have one phone for Facebook, one phone for YouTube, and that's what he used to be doing in lives and things. And he did that consistently over the years, over the year. And today, he went up as SMO. He went up as SMO. And they fight him down. They fight him down. Oh, he's going to get it. He's going to get it. Okay, so Dominic. Yeah. But really and truly, a lot of people, we really, people really rallied around him. And he was supposed to really be the SMO, but you know how it is go in the political life when you go up against a team. But you see, this time around, what is for you will always be for you. Nobody could stop what you have to get. And that's why I'm talking about. We have to help, regardless of who it is, and support, regardless of who it is. When we see people want to achieve something in life, we must support them, regardless of creed, color, and race. But look at what they bring into the table. Look at what they offer to you, Trinidad and Tobago. And if you realize it's only success that we are emanating right now, and it have no time to fight and cuss and try to demise anybody, but only to go forward and ensure that only greatness comes out of the People's National Movement. Yeah? And that is why I'm glad I played that song. I'm glad I played that song. They put them naming cold mouth over anything because they don't. They just want to fight it on. But the days of fighting, for some of them, they will fight until they fight their own self out of the politics. But they can't stop. They couldn't stop him. They couldn't stop him. And today, regardless of what they tried, all how they tried, imagine not to know. Because the man went up against a man, they remove him from the station. Imagine that. And now today, he is going to be elected Member of Parliament for W. O'Meara. Take that. Take that. And let me leave you. And let me leave you with this song tonight. This song tonight for all the people who want to fight down, people who want to move up and be of goodness and serve the country. Let me leave you with this song. And tomorrow, if we have to, we will take a feed from him, from the Bonket page, and we will broadcast it here for you, right here on Bouncer. Special edition tomorrow. So let me leave you with a song, because what they can do, they can't stop we from moving forward. Take it in. See you all tomorrow.
Some say that's small, nothing you do can stop me. So go with your heavy vibe, move them things from around me. More than turn off the thought well, how to pray and to break the spell. I well got it, my spirit grounded, ground and So they gather and action plan for me to suffer and start demising. They say I'm climbing too high, so my hand and foot they go tight. They want to see me sleep in a train, but their voodoo is all in vain.